Please take your seats. Our program will begin momentarily. As a courtesy to those around you, please silence your mobile device.
Another VO to please take your seats. I don't know, whatever.
Please take your seats. Our program will begin momentarily. As a courtesy to those around you, please silence your mobile device.
Good morning. Welcome to the Parliament of the World's Religions Conscience Plenary.
Please welcome American Prelate of the Catholic Church, a cardinal who serves as the 9th Archbishop of the Archdiocese of Chicago, Cardinal Blaise Supich.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome and warm greetings to you as we gather for this 9th convening of the Parliament of World Religions in Chicago, which is the birthplace of modern interfaith movement. The Parliament has long called Chicago home, and I'm grateful to participate in advancing the mission of this respected organization to cultivate harmony among the world's religions and spiritual communities. Thank you to Stephen Avino and the board of the Parliament for inviting me to address you. Today, we have come together to consider conscience and the role it plays in guiding us to act. Conscience formation has long been an important topic for spiritual writers and religious leaders. It strikes me, however, that conscience formation may never have been more vital to discuss than it is today. I'm encouraged that together we are doing so this morning. I highlight the word together deliberately. These past few years have been difficult for all of us. We've also become more aware that of our interconnections with one another and our environment are so important. Technological advances allow us to speak directly in real time with people down the street as easily as with those on the other side of the world. This previously unimagined access to one another has been a gift, no doubt. Yet there are also some unfortunate dimensions of our newfound use of technology. For instance, it is very easy to seek out and talk with those whom we find most agreeable. Rarely or never listening to those who oppose our views can harden our positions. Moreover, through algorithms meant to keep us in touch with like-minded individuals and causes, technology has made dialogue across differences even less likely. We're also finding that those outside of our growing silos become easier to vilify and dehumanize as the others. They're no longer physically present to us. We have long moved far from Robert Putnam's depiction of bowling alone, and now we are surfing alone, being led to virtual spaces of common outlook and perspective by the very devices that provide us with the unmatched ability to connect with the world. Is the world at our fingertips, or are our fingertips narrowing our worlds? These reflections on our contemporary world are not meant to paint a bleak picture of our present reality or future prospects, but rather to underscore the vital need of gatherings like the Parliament of World Religions. As I look out on this plenary hall today, I see the diversity of the world. Religious and cultural differences do not separate us here today. In fact, they pull us together in an effort to conscientiously address the challenges we face in ensuring freedom, rights, and dignity for all. You testified loudly in coming together to a growing consciousness in our world that we are all interconnected. If we hope to advance the causes of peace and justice in the world, we must continue to seek out forums like this to connect with one another in recognition of our differences and diversity, and turn our awareness and concern into action. This morning's plenary centers on conscience. In 2019, conscience was identified as a key concern of Pope Francis and the Grand Imam of Al-Azhar, Ahmed al-Taib, in the jointly issued document on human fraternity. This is what they wrote. This declaration, setting out from a profound consideration of our contemporary reality, valuing its successes and in solidarity with its sufferings, disasters, and calamities, believes firmly that among the most important causes of the crisis of modern world are the desensitized human conscience, a distancing from religious values and prevailing individualism accompanied by materialistic philosophies that deify the human person and introduce worldly and material values in place of supreme and transcendent principles. Let me focus on the Declaration's first core cause of crisis in the modern world, the desensitized conscience. To be properly formed, a conscience needs to be sensitized, to be aware of others and of all creation. The very word conscience means knowing together with, which implies that we have to look at the whole truth, the whole reality, which includes the voices of others, past and present. To sensitize our conscience requires us to admit that conscience is not formed in a vacuum. Conscience formation requires cultivating awareness and respect for others, but also learning from others by encountering them in the depth of their humanity. To be sensitized means to heed what Pope Francis wrote in Laudato Si, that Mother Earth now cries out to us because of the harm we have inflicted on her by our irresponsible use and abuse of the goods with which God has endowed her. We have come to see ourselves as lords and masters entitled to plunder her at will. The fifth directive of the global ethic, commitment to a culture of sustainability and care for the earth, articulates well the role that our religions and spiritual traditions have in hearing and responding with utmost urgency to caring for our common home. Whereas we live in a time that tries to focus our attention on individualistic and materialistic goals, our spiritual and religious traditions provide a rich resource to stand on sure ground and in the sure knowledge of our collective concern for one another's rights and dignities. Deeply principled, thoughtful, and spiritually grounded people in this room may disagree strongly about how best to achieve a more just and equitable world. At times, these disagreements can cause anger, hurt, and mistrust, but we must never fail and fall into the temptation to demonize and dehumanize those who disagree with us. As I look around this room this morning, I see the spark of the divine will and alive here today. This spark informs us and engages my conscience and urges me to redouble my commitment to defend and support the freedom of all. Thank you for your witness and the common concern. May we continue to create venues like the Parliament to enhance our interconnection. Let me conclude my remarks this morning by expressing my support for the Parliament of Religion's signed document. I was pleased to learn that it was signed, and I was not able to be with you, but now I do so in a way of ratifying our commitment from the Catholic Church. Thank you.
Please welcome Professor of Asian Religious Traditions at California State University, Fresno, Dr. Vina Howard.
Good morning. The late Congressman John Lewis offered the highest praise to the Reverend James M. Lawson when he called him the architect of nonviolent movement of the United States of America. Reverend James Lawson was a mentor to Senator John Lewis. I feel honored that Reverend James Lawson counts me in his circle of close friends. In a recent conversation with me, the Reverend James Lawson Jr. reflected on the focus of 2023 Parliament, a call to conscience defending freedom and human rights. Lawson praised the Parliament for this theme, which calls on people of faith traditions and no faith traditions to defend precious freedom and human rights. He told me that in the United States, securing freedom and basic human rights required hard work, sacrifice, and defiance from millions of Americans against racist Jim Crow laws and other xenophobic and sexist systems. He reminds people to remain alert of the insidious structures of violence in what he calls racism, sexism, militarism, and plantation capitalism. These systems hold the power to deprive fellow humans of their rights, dignity, and freedom. As a civil rights leader, Lawson recalls that in the late 1950s and 60s, he held workshops in Nashville, Tennessee, for students from colleges in the surrounding areas. He taught them strategic nonviolence to fight segregation and violence through soul force and love force. The Reverend James Lawson, born in 1928, then a young minister, mobilized college students and some church leaders to test the method of the power of love, inspired by Jesus' love and Gandhi's nonviolent resistance movement in India. Lawson's strategic workshops and role-playing trained and prepared students to confront segregation through sit-ins at lunch counters and other public places in Nashville, Tennessee. Lawson's nonviolent struggle became an exemplary model for a widespread acts of resistance across the U.S. South. He told me that the nonviolent movement of America led to different kinds of liberties for people. The success of nonviolent mobilization energized people to work on issues relating what he called not just eradicating racism against Black people, but also to prison reform, immigration reform, environmental justice, and solving homelessness. The Reverend James Lawson's methods and message are timely, and they serve as a call to conscience to defend human rights and freedom. The Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. called the Reverend James Lawson, I quote, a great tactician of nonviolent action in the U.S. South. In his sermon, Love in Action, Dr. King emphasized the power of Jesus' love, and he also warned against the forces of injustice and discrimination when he said, "We must continue to see the cross as the magnificent symbol of love conquering hate and light overcoming darkness. But in the midst of this glowing affirmation, let us never forget that our Lord and Master was nailed to the cross because of human blindness." Reverend Lawson, now 95, is going to, almost 95, is going to celebrate his birthday next month in September. He continues to teach next generations of activists, leaders through free public workshops, counseling, and his academic classes. He also warns against human blindness that concerned Dr. King, the threat of exploitation and injustice that is rampant around us. With his deep conviction, Lawson calls on his fellow people to use nonviolent methods strategically to confront violence and unjust economic and social structures that deprive fellow humans of their basic rights and dignity. Reverend Lawson told me that he really wanted to be at this parliament, but because of a health issue, his doctor advised him not to travel. He's with us in his spirit and will show a short excerpt from his video, 2022 video. Thank you so much.
So between 1953 and 1973, we had major campaigns year after year, thousands of demonstrations across the nation that supported it. We had folk in the Congress, folk in the White House, folks scattered across the United States who were beginning to formulate what the solutions are for change. The media makes a mistake when John is seen only in relationship to the Voting Rights Bill of '65. However important that is, you must not remember that in the '60s, Lyndon Johnson and the Congress of the United States passed the most advanced legislation on behalf of we, the people of the United States, that was ever passed. Head Start. Billions of dollars for housing. We would not be in the struggle we are today in housing if President Reagan hadn't cut that billions of dollars for housing, where local churches and local nonprofits could build affordable housing in their own communities, being sustained and financed by loans from the federal government. We passed Medicare. We passed anti-poverty programs, Civil Rights Bill 64, 65, voting rights bills, a whole array. John Lewis must be understood as one of the leaders of the greatest advance of Congress and the White House on behalf of we, the people of the USA. We do not need bipartisan politics if we're going to celebrate the life of John Lewis. We need the Constitution to come alive. We hold these truths to be self-evident. We need the Congress and the presidents to work unfalteringly on behalf of every boy and every girl, so that every baby born on these shores will have access to the tree of life. That's the only way to honor John Robert Lewis. No other way. Let all of us in this service today, let all the people of the USA determine that we will not be quiet as long as any child dies in the first year of life in the United States. We will not be quiet as long as the largest poverty group in our nation are women and children. We will not be quiet as long as our nation continues to be the most violent culture in the history of humankind. We will not be quiet as long as our economy is shaped not by freedom, but by plantation capitalism that continues to cause domination and control rather than access and liberty and equality for all.
Please welcome political activist, author, non-denominational spiritual lecturer, and New York Times best-selling author, Marianne Williamson.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. What an honor to be here. And truly just hearing the words of James Lawson and all of the speakers, actually, both of the speakers that preceded him, I'm happy to have the chance to add my words into the deep listening that they have already created. I want to begin by telling a story something that happened to me when I was probably 15 years old. I had gone to Sunday school, and after Sunday school, it would be on the Sabbath Saturday, we're Jewish, and afterwards we would go into the sanctuary and we would hear the rabbi's sermon. And I heard the rabbi speak out against the Vietnam War. And I thought, wow, temple can be relevant. Wow, religion can be like really lay it down. He's this cool man after all. And it really impacted me so much that I have never forgotten it. And a couple of days later at dinner, my mother made a comment to my father. And she said, "Ooh, I hear the rabbi's in trouble." My father said, "What happened?" She said, "Well, apparently at the service on Saturday, he came out against the Vietnam War. And a lot of people weren't very happy with that." And I learned a lot from those two incidents. What happened on that Saturday morning, as well as that conversation with my parents, showed me how the world works. We all know what conscience is. We all know that small, still voice for God. It is in all of us, except a very, very, very tiny percentage of the world's people who are apparently born without one. And the person who has no conscience is called a sociopath. A person who has no remorse or conscience or regret for shameful action is called a sociopath. There is such a thing as healthy shame. But what those of us who are religious clergy or leaders, or nonprofit leaders, or whatever other reason brings us here today, know the dirty little secret about how our country and our world operates. We have a socio-economic political system that mitigates against the real expression of conscience. It's one thing for us to say, oh, we need to care about the authoritarians who are at the door, and we do. It's one thing for us to say we have to worry about the strongmen and the fascists who are at the door, and we do. But what I believe is our greatest calling is to create a world where they couldn't even get that close to the door. That's the real problem. Franklin Roosevelt said that we wouldn't have to worry about a fascist takeover as long as democracy delivered on its promises. James Lawson was correct. You won't have to worry about the strong man as long as you feed that hungry child. You won't have to worry about the authoritarian as long as you make sure that people have health care, that people have food, that people have dignity, that people can work at one job. And when the cardinal spoke about our worrying about environmental sustainability, boy, he's right. But every clergy person here knows how likely it is, in many cases, that if you get up on a Sunday morning or a Saturday morning or wherever your religious service is, and you speak about environmental sustainability, I know that there are people in this audience who would be told by a board member later, oh, you stay away from political issues now, because there are people who give money to this church or who give money to the synagogue or give money to this ashram, and to them it's all a hoax. In other words, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone else, this is a Dietrich Bonhoeffer moment in history. This is a moment when it's not enough for us to say we really should be the conscience of the world. It's time for us to face how really hard that is in today's world. Have you really speak out as a nonprofit activist? If you really speak out as a religious leader, and I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, if you speak out as a political candidate, the institutional resistance to our daring to suggest that feeding a child is more important than corporate profits, that poverty in the global South is more important than corporate profits, that humanitarian and democratic ideals is more than corporate profits. Ooh, you're a radical. And I would say that religion is radical. In today's world, if we are to honestly not only take it in as abstract concept, not only even take it in our hearts, but take it in viscerally in our gut,
to really believe, to really stand, to really dedicate our lives to the idea that we must walk in mercy, we must walk humbly with our God, and we must love one another, is not to always be liked. The people pleaser in us must die in order for the genuine spiritual leader to live. In a world where unfettered vulture capitalism has come to dominate the way our nations operate, we are living at a time where repudiating that and rejecting that is the great social and, I believe, spiritual calling of our time. And if we do not take up that calling, there will be no keeping the fascists away. There will be no keeping the strong man away. If the people of Germany had not been so desperate, if there had not been great groups of desperate people, Hitler could not have been able to harness the power that he harnessed. As long as you have large groups of desperate people, you will have a fascist or an authoritarian or a strongman just licking their chops, waiting to come in. Because when people are desperate and people are damaged and people are vulnerable, they will go with anything that promises a better way. And so while one world is crumbling in our midst, another world is struggling to be born. And I believe that we are called to be death doulas to the old and birth doulas to the new. As spiritual and religious leaders, nonprofit activists, any of us who are called by the great religious wisdom of the world, we are here to testify and bear witness to the crucifixion and to bring forth the resurrection. We are here to testify, to bear witness to the agony of the suffering of the Israelites in Egypt, and to be the Moses consciousness which will lead the world to the promised land. This is not a time for sissies. This is not a time for lightweight spiritual platitudes. And this is not a time for religious hypocrisy. This is a time for each and every one of us to say, whether it was, as in my case, that I was lucky enough to hear Rabbi Malev, who did not lose his job, by the way, or we have been inspired by any other religious, spiritual, political, or social leader, let us be gone with any aspect of self or society that would shut us up. We are here to love one another, and we're going to stand on that. We're here to promote justice and mercy and love in our hearts for every man, woman, child, everyone, and for the earth itself. And whether the world appreciates it, whether the economic order appreciates it, whether the political order appreciates it, whether our donors appreciate it, or whether any other institutional reality mocks us, derides us, or seeks to obstruct us, our success lies in the fact that we can look in the mirror and say to ourselves, including on the last day of our lives, damn, I laid it down while I was here. Thank you very, very, very much. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. God bless you, everybody.
Please welcome Director Emeritus and Senior Advisor for Policy and Strategy, Rabbi David Saperstein.
To go from Marion Williamson to someone with laryngitis requires special attention. I was asked to speak about what Judaism has to say about conscience. The central concept of traditional Judaism is that out of the covenant between God and the Jewish people at Mount Sinai flowed the Jewish people's obligation to observe a system of laws and commandments within a theological system that would become known as ethical monotheism, the belief in the one God who has called the Jewish people to righteousness, justice, and peace. But from the very beginning, there was an understanding that there was a moral sense, an ethical imperative within each person that flowed within the legal system and transcended it. The sense of right or wrong predates the Sinai covenant. Think of Cain and Abel, the evil of Noah's generation, the evil of people of Sodom and Gomorrah, and continue throughout history. To paraphrase Milton Convent's, the 20th century influential constitutional law professor, the heart of conscience is not a voice that speaks out of human beings. It is a hearing agency given to them so that they may hear the voice of God. Or, as the 20th century philosopher Martin Buber observed, conscience is that court within the soul which concerns itself with the distinction between right and wrong, and then proceeds against that which was determined as wrong. Conscience expresses itself in many ways in Jewish thought. I'm going to mention briefly, for time only 3. 1,500 years ago, the Talmud cites the biblical verse, "You should do what is straight and good in the eyes of God," as a source for the importance of acting on a concept known as lifnim mishurat adin, acting beyond the limits of the law, the line of the law. But what is the source of our understanding of what is good and straight in the eyes of God? The medieval scholar Nachmanides explains the intention is to teach that while we must keep God's laws, we must institute what is good and straight in the many areas that the law can't address everything in life. It commands us always to do what is good and right. And the Rambam Maimonides, a famous medieval philosopher and legal authority, says that Jewish legal scholars should always act on the basis of lifnim mishurat hadin. Secondly, within Jewish thought, there was an idea that this is a universal norm conscience. Jews do not have a lock on the path to salvation or heaven to God. Anyone who believes in the one God and is an ethical, moral person has the same path to heaven. One of the reasons we've never been a missionary faith. Other faiths can bring people to understand what we believe God calls us to do. And later in history, at the time of the Orthodox philosopher in the 18th century, Moses Mendelssohn, and the non-Orthodox streams today, the belief simply that if you are an ethical person, you can be the righteous of the nations, applies to everyone everywhere. And finally, a sense of conscience beyond law and commandments. The many times in the Bible and the post-biblical literature in which people engage in civil disobedience against the law, or even in resisting God's word or God's law, and rather than being condemned by God, God commends it. Think of Abraham challenging as an immoral act God's willingness to destroy the innocents of Sodom. Or 2 examples involving courageous visionary women, one involving disobeying powerful human rulers, the midwives Shiphrah and Puah, resisting the Egyptian Pharaoh's command to engage in genocide against the Jewish people. And in the time of Moses later, the daughters of Zelophehad appealed to Moses at the law given by God, disenfranchising them when their father died solely on the basis that they were women was an unjust law. Moses consults God, and God instructs Moses to change that law going forward. We live at a time where conscience is needed more than ever, at a moment in human history when human rights and democracy and religion and political freedom are under such sustained attack. The moral call of the global religious community to stand for freedom and justice and peace is more compelling than ever. We are the first generation that produces enough food to feed every human being on earth. A failure to do it now is a failure of moral vision and political will. We are the first generation that can conquer malaria and an array of diseases that have plagued humanity from time immemorial. A failure to do it now is a failure of moral vision and political will. We are the first generation that can educate every child on earth, lift every person out of poverty, undo the damage to our environment if we act fast enough, spread freedom across the globe, For all of these, our failure to do so at this moment in history is a failure of moral vision and political will. But acting together, not only can we be more effective than any of us can be alone, but we are modeling the very world we are trying to create. And this, above all, we are not the prisoners of the mistakes of a bitter and unremitting past. We can be, we must be, we will be the shapers of a better and more hopeful future for all God's children. Let that be the blessing of this great gathering. And truly, may that be the blessing of your work and your lives going forward.
Please welcome keynote speaker, strategic advisor at multi-award winning veteran journalist and news executive, Parisa Khosravi.
Good thoughts, good words, good deeds. Humat, hucht, havarisht. These three principles are what we were raised and grew up with as Zoroastrians. Zoroastrianism originated in Iran and is one of the world's first monotheistic religions. Zarathustra was our prophet and Avesta is our holy book. Good thoughts, good words, good deeds. Simple yet profound and all-encompassing. Giving the right to every human being to make their own choices in life, the ultimate self-determination and equality with the personal responsibility informed by one's conscience. The focus of our plenary today is about the moral concept of conscience. In other words, every human being's innate ability to distinguish between right and wrong, choosing good over evil, and light over darkness, all of which are the most prominent concepts and major tenets emphasized in the Zoroastrian religion. Each one of us is impacted when wrongs are being done to our fellow human beings. As the Persian poet Saadi wrote in his famous poem, Bani Adam, the translation of which hangs in the halls of the United Nations. Human beings are members of a whole in creation of one essence and soul. If one member is afflicted with pain, other members uneasy will remain. If you've no sympathy for human pain, the name of human you cannot retain. Saadi. We are all one, and as beings on this earth, when one suffers, the ripple effect of that suffering impacts all of us at some point or another. Sadly, in so many places, women are suffering and fighting for their basic rights. In the past year, we have been witnessing courageous women in Iran fighting for their basic human rights and so much more. Zan, zindagi, azadi, woman, life, freedom. I was a 13-year-old schoolgirl when the last Iranian revolution came to pass. In an instant, our world changed. Over 4 decades later, and as a former journalist who covered quite a few revolutions throughout my career, I watch with a mixture of pride, concern, and amazement of what is happening in my motherland. As I watch women of all ages, schoolgirls to grandmothers, bravely protesting in the streets, removing their headscarves, and showing their defiance while fighting and being faced with beatings, maiming, attacks in schools, imprisonment, and even death. Their courage and bravery is beyond anything we have ever seen. It is a revolution being led by women. The time has come for the free world to get up and walk the walk with the freedom-seeking women, men, and youth of Iran. Iranian women are showing the world what it means to be a shirzan, a lioness. Two such women are journalists Niloufer Hamedeh and Elahe Mohammadi, who have been in prison for their reporting on Mahsa Amini since last September. In the past year, dozens and dozens of journalists in Iran have been imprisoned, about a third of them women, making it one of the biggest jailers of women journalists in the world. The time has come for the global media to provide full coverage on this unfolding historic event in Iran. As a former news executive, part of my responsibility was the safety and security of our journalists who I would assign to report from different war zones or hostile environments. It is tragic to see journalists being jailed in their own country for simply doing their job. Iran is where Cyrus the Great proclaimed the first ever human rights charter. The first ever human rights charter came from Iran over 2,500 years ago. In its history, Iran has had women as kings, Turandokht and Ozarmindokht. They were both kings of Iran. They were not just a wife or daughter of a king. These women ruled and led as kings. By the way, these women kings, as was the case with Cyrus the Great, ruled during the Zoroastrian era in Iran. The founding fathers of the United States were inspired and influenced by Cyrus the Great as they wrote the US Constitution. The time has come for conservatives, liberals, and feminists to act in agreement together and in support of this singular nonpartisan issue of freedom. Freedom for Iranian women, freedom for Afghan women, freedom for Middle Eastern women, freedom for all women and girls around the world who are oppressed. Freedom to choose our path and freedom to communicate and express ourselves. I chose my path to become a journalist at a young age. To me, journalism was the ability to shed light on oppression and injustice. My joy and passion as a journalist was the opportunity to give voice to the voiceless. In my personal life, this has also become my quest as I help to ensure individuals like my son, Payam, who's autistic and non-speaking, have their voices heard and, most importantly, listened to and not marginalized. For 14 years, Payam had essentially been trapped in his body and unable to reliably communicate. After endless efforts and therapies, we tried a method called RPM, Rapid Prompting Method. With the help of skilled and trained teachers in this method, Payam started pointing to an alphabet board and later a keyboard and spell out his thoughts one letter at a time into words and sentences. When we finally got a glimpse inside his thoughts, we realized he is wise beyond his years. I now dedicate my main focus in helping to bring about fundamental change in our perceptions and understandings of non-speaking autistics. Payam is not an exception. They're all capable of learning. I mention this as many of you in the audience likely know an autistic individual, and you can help to make a huge difference in their lives. Just because they don't speak doesn't mean that they can't think. As Payam wrote for his United Nations address, try to imagine what life, this is a quote, try to imagine what life would be like living without direct control over words, limbs, and motor actions. This way of living is all I know. but nothing is worse than being perceived as less capable than you truly are. My friends and I have dealt with this lack of honest understanding most of our lives. Treating individual people as though they not only matter, but can make a difference in this world is essential. There must be fundamental changes in our belief in all of humanity. End quote. Payam. Payam is a big advocate for the rights of individuals who have any type of label put on them which limits their lives. He has presented at universities, United Nations, keynoted international conferences, and will soon publish his first book. You can watch some of Payam's presentations by Googling Payam Autism, P-A-Y-A-M space autism. I have lived a life full of experiences. As an immigrant due to a revolution, as a journalist for 3 decades directing the international coverage for CNN, and as a mother to a non-speaking autistic son. Our thoughts, be it an assumption about a neurodivergent person, our words, be it a comment on social media, or our actions, be it a decision made at work, all have ripple effects. Remember, human beings are members of a whole, and we can each create our own positive ripple effect with good thoughts, good words, good deeds. Thank you.
Please welcome founder of the Samaritan Legend Association and speaker on behalf of the High Priest of the Samaritan community, Yaakov Cohen.
Good morning. Kiev Shem Shema Ikhra. In the name of the God I call, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, and all who yearn for a world filled of love, peace, harmony, and brotherhood. We gather here not as a separate individuals, but as a united force, driven by a common purpose, to bring about a world where peace prevails. As a son of the high priest of the ancient Samaritan, when I said ancient, it belonged to 3,658 years ago, from Mount Gerizim, a peaceful town that's shared by both Israel and Palestine. Today, we found ourselves in a unique role as a regular bridge of peace between Israel and Palestine, by having the top religious municipal leaders in my father's reception room to get blessing and advice how to make peace. Our vision of human rights and dignity extend all borders, ideologies, and differences. To be a Samaritan, you must believe in the 10 Commandments. And when you believe in the 10 Commandments, you will respect all the human rights. We must extend our hand to those in need, irrespective of their background, and work toward building bridge of trust and cooperation. We need a world where children can play without fear and families can embrace without tears. Let's begin truly coming together in our heart and mind to pray for peace in every corner in the world. May the light of peace shine upon those who are suffering. And may we work collectively to create a world where all people can live without fear and with dignity. Let us remember that peace begins within each of us and extends to the farthest reaches of the globe. Together, we can make a difference, fostering a world where love, empathy, and respect guide our action. Let there be peace in earth. Amen. Before I came here, the High Priest asked me to perform the prayer of peace in his religious and holy clothes, and it's honor for me. I hope it's good in my head. I will pray in the ancient language. Ela Rob ulitika batela mini kalira emu ela remanurata abade tabi'adi labatel دتير من طشيبة طالي شمك ربا ناثوالتي لا الله بيلك ربا نتيرس بلاوتك نقلق لتلاني رثاني اللطة كلي دلي باري من عكيلا كيلوم والطائل قاني شو-Ming ورا صليت بروما وبمكة للم دتيرمان عزي وزميراتي ويايلي اليسوع ذيلي ونابيو إلوي وابي ورومي منيو شما جبري بما لما شما شمو ملي قولا ثانو أوران وباين Thank you.
Please welcome the Venerable Abbot of Songshin Shaolin Temple, Abbot Shi Yongzhen.
Dear distinguished Chairman and dear Mr. Avino, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
公元495年，北魏孝文帝为安顿印度高僧巴托，在天理之中嵩山，始建了少林寺。
In the year 495, the Emperor of Northern Wei dynasty founded the Shaolin Temple at the middle, the sacred place between the heaven and earth, to accommodate the Indian eminent monk Bato.
少林寺是少林功夫的发源地，同时是禅宗主厅少林一宗的发源地。
Shaolin Temple is the birthplace of Chan Buddhism, as well the origin of Shaolin Kung Fu and the medical lineage.
1500年前，普利达摩来到少林寺，面壁9年，首创禅宗，开启了外来宗教与本土宗教的对话。
Bodhidharma arrived at the Shaolin Temple and spent 9 years in meditation, establishing Chan Buddhism. That happened at 1,500 years ago.
少林寺1500年代代相传，影响了中国佛教及中国文化。
The transmission of Shaolin culture through generations over the past 1,500 years has greatly influenced Chinese Buddhism and Chinese culture.
其影响力影响了日本、韩国乃至世界各地。
Extending its impact to countries such as Japan, as then, Korea, and everywhere, even around the world.
少林寺开放交流、和谐共生的精神传承，不但在发扬光大。
The enduring legacy of Shaolin Temple's spirit of open communication and harmonious coexistence continues to thrive today.
和是少林文化的传承核心。
Harmony is the core of Shaolin Temple's culture heritage.
在少林寺，无论是建筑、壁画、塔林和碑刻，都体现了和为贵的精神。
Throughout the temple's architecture, murals, pagoda forest, and stone inscriptions, a prevalent ethos of valuing harmony is embodied.
这是中华文化最根本的东西，也是中华精神的精髓。
This ethos, deeply rooted in Chinese culture, constitutes the essence of the Chinese spirit.
寺院现存明代三教九流图碑，表达了三教九流、三教一体、九流一元、百家一理、万法一门。
The existing Ming Dynasty stone inscription at the temple, titled Illustrated Praise for the Three Teachings and the 9 Streams of the Supreme Ultimate, conveys the concept of unity among these 3 teachings, the convergence of 9 streams, the coherence of diverse schools of thought, and the integration of myriad principles.
三教九流图被誉为中华和谐图。
This philosophy of harmony is aptly referred to as the Chinese Harmony Chart.
和是禅宗少林精神的之规。
Harmony serves as the spiritual essence of Chan Buddhism and the Shaolin Temple.
少林寺在不同国家、不同种族、不同文化相处中，以开放圆融的态度，广结善缘，扶教扶学，与世界不同宗教交流福建，和与共。
In its interactions with various countries, ethnicities, and cultures, Shaolin Temple embraces an open and inclusive attitude, fostering positive relationships, harmonious coexistence, and cross-cultural exchanges with different religions around the world.
和体现了佛教的本质。
Harmony embodies the essence of Buddhism.
以禅为核心的少林文化，让我们与自己内心、与社会、与自然和谐共处。
The core of Shaolin culture, centered around Chan, encourages us to seek harmony within ourselves, with society, and with nature.
达摩祖师9年面壁，外息诸缘，内息不传，由内向外践行人与自己、与社会、与自然的万物和不二的 共生之道。
Our patriarch, Bodhidharma, practiced meditation by facing the wall for 9 years without disturbance from inside and outside. He exemplifies the principle of harmonious coexistence in the inner process of uniting the individual, the human self, society, and the natural world.
佛教自创立以来，僧团和合共住，倡导六合敬精神。
Since the inception of Buddhism, the monastic community has stayed together in peace, advocating the spirit of six harmonies and reverences.
少林寺始终坚持延续1000余年的不变的少林僧团中华门头僧制度。
For 1,000 years, Shaolin Temple has consistently adhered to the unchanged Shaolin monastic lineage.
口传心授的师徒关系，六合敬处事方式，身心合一、天人合一的生活方式。
The master-disciple transmission through oral and mind instruction, the principles of six harmonies and reverences, the life ideal of integrity, mind and body, the sacred and secular. In addition, we also adhere to ideas such as peace for all nations, harmony in diversity, coexistence in harmony.
以及中华文化中和谐万邦、和而不同、和合共生、慈悲圆融理念。
Yeah, it's peace for all nations, harmony in diversity, coexistence as Chinese culture.
和是自然界最高次序，是人类追求最高境界。
Harmony is the highest order in nature and the loftiest pursuit of humanity.
和是以诚相待，不为本源，同心同德，使全人类通过自我与社会互动构建的有信赖的社区。
Harmony means treating each other sincerely, staying true to oneself, sharing common goals, and building a fiduciary community through mutual interaction.
和是相互尊重、平等互鉴、求同存异，通过全球文明对话而共建的和平。
Harmony implies mutual respect, equal learning from one another, seeking common ground while respecting differences, and building peace through dialogues among global civilizations.
和是理解包容、和和美美，人人皆能分享，处处皆能参与，共同构建的人类命运共同体。
Harmony also means understanding and inclusiveness. Harmony leads to happiness. It allows diverse civilizations to share and engage in the process of seamless coexistence without obstruction. It contributes to the construction of a community with a shared future for all mankind.
让我们自诚祈愿，世界和平，众生和乐。
With the utmost sincerity, let us pray for world peace and the happiness of all beings.
祈愿各位六世吉祥。
And all happiness for all beings and all the tranquil time.
阿弥陀佛。
Hail to Amitabha Buddha, Amitofo. Thank you. And now, Abbot Master Shi would like to
我们带来
present
一份400年前少林寺碑刻拓下来的一份和谐图，献给大会。
400 years ago is a Ming stone inscriptions from Indigenous, and we present to the Congress for the harmony for 3 teachings and 9 streams. Thank you. Thank you.
Please welcome Director Chung Kong. From the Director of Chung Kong Graduate School of Business, Dr. Jianbao Wang.
Thank you. Thanks for the invitation of the Congress and especially Mr. Avino. I am invited to say a prayer on my own faith, Confucius. It's also known as Confucianism on the stage. So the first is the Western inscription. Heaven is my father, and earth is my mother. And even such a small creature as I finds an intimate place in the midst. Therefore, that which fills the universe I regard as my body, and that which directs the universe I concede as my nature. All people, all my brothers and sisters, and all things are my companions. Wealth, honor, blessing, and benefits are meant for the enrichment of my life, while poverty, humble station, and sorrow are meant to help me to fulfillment. In life, I follow and serve heaven and earth. In death, I will be at peace. Thank you very much. So, do not impose on others what you would not wish for yourself, taught by our master Confucius. For everybody. Good day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Please welcome entrepreneur and founder of Awaken Now, Serbi Panya.
Jai Janindra, everyone. The felling of a single tree on one part of the world disrupts the intricate dance of nature. As the tree's water vapor wanes out from the atmosphere, clouds hesitate to form, and rain takes a step back. The repercussions ripple outwards, devastating habitats and unsettling ecosystems. Who would have thought that the removal of just one tree could trigger such a cascade? Our world is woven together by countless threads of interdependence. Consider the power of our thoughts that we have intended, words we have spoken, and actions we have taken. Like a pebble in a pond creates ripples that reverberates through the microcosm of existence. This idea resonates with scientific revelations that stretch the boundaries of our understanding. Quantum entanglement beckons particles to dance in harmony, connected in ways that defy distance and logic. The internet and globalization underscore our global connection, revealing how a local event can shake the entire world. Neuroscience dwells into the core of our empathy. Mirror neurons paint a canvas of shared emotions, igniting sparks of understanding when we witness others' experiences. Jain philosophy encapsulates the essence of this interconnected symphony. Parasparo upagraho jiva nam sings of dependent origination, where everything springs from the harmony of causes and conditions. This world view paints us as harmonious threads, part of a cosmic fabric that transcends time and space. We are not isolated wanderers. We are notes in a grand symphony, entwined in the grandeur of existence. Jain philosophy also invites us to embrace the responsibility to respond in every fleeting moment, and invitation to be aware and be very attentive. This awareness is the beacon of consciousness within us, while alertness is the sentinel of conscience in each of our hearts. As our consciousness unfurls, our conscience begins to converse. It starts to talk. Consciousness is present in every living being. Though veiled by transient physical forms, this equal consciousness shines in each one of us. The qualities of supreme consciousness pulse within each being, illuminating the journey of life. This is the concept of Atma Swatantra, which whispers of freedom, the freedom to embrace our highest potential, shedding the shackles of prejudice and ignorance. The qualities of a supreme consciousness is present in everyone. Looking into each other's eyes with this perspective calls for a heartful social connectivity and respect. The different looks our bodies that we have are only the clothes of personal choices. There is no intelligence in being prejudiced about it. The sole responsibility of a consciousness is to recognize the presence of consciousness in everyone and allow symphony of social connectivity and respect to unfold. So, from the grandeur of cosmic entanglement to the felling of a single tree's demise, the web of interconnectedness is ever present, awaiting our recognition. Each thought, each word, each action, each a drop, a ripple, a wave in the vast sea of existence. And as we recognize this symphony of connectivity, we embrace our role as harmonious participants in the grand dance of life. All of us are together in this. If we are to examine any of the big issues that we are facing today, be it global warming, poverty, terrorism, apartheid, or the crisis in Palestine, all of it boils down to how individuals behave in an unconscious and unaware manner. It is upon all of mankind to take individual leadership to be aware of our conscience and thus function from an elevated level of consciousness. Thank you so much for hearing me out. Jai Janet.
Please welcome Integral Chair for the study of Imam al-Ghazali's work at the Holy Al-Aqsa Mosque and Al-Quds University, Dr. Mustafa Abu Sway.
Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah wa salatu wassalamu ala Rasulullah. God wants us to know each other, to serve each other, and to respect our differences. A theology of loving one's neighbor is sublime, but it needs a theology of justice as infrastructure, as a prerequisite. The following verse reflects the antithesis of Samuel Huntington's Clash of Civilizations and Fukuyama's The End of History and the Last Man. O humanity, we created you from a male and female and made you into peoples and tribes so that you may know each other. Surely, the most noble of you in the sight of Allah is the most righteous among you. Allah is truly all-knowing, all-aware. It is attributed to Ali ibn Abi Talib, may God be pleased with him, that he said, people are either your brothers in faith or your brothers in humanity, and of course, sisters in faith and sisters in humanity. This talk is about the nature of human rights in the Islamic worldview, not about the practice of Muslim societies. Of course, as much as these wonderful minutes permit, the primary sources are the Holy Quran and the prophetic Sunnah, the prophetic traditions, along with the consensus of the scholars and analogical reasons. The lawgiver is God, and the role of scholars, qua law keepers, is to understand and present the law to the best of their knowledge. The latter also means that Muslims have differences with other faiths and traditions. Even when the people of the book preserve their original revealed law, the Quran stipulates that God has ascribed a law that is unique to each in certain areas. We have revealed to you, O Prophet, this book with the truth as a confirmation of previous scriptures and a supreme authority on them. So judge between them by what Allah has revealed, and do not follow their desires over the truth that has come to you. To each of you we have ordained a code of law and a way of life. When it comes to the laws of the Torah, there are cross-references to them in the Quran. Regarding the law, it is more of a Judeo-Islamic tradition rather than, as Louis Massignon put it, Judeo-Christian, a construct that fails to show that Christians abolished the law of Moses early on through a reinterpretation of Jesus Christ's nature, peace be upon him, as fulfillment to the law to the degree that it is not required of his followers. This despite Jesus Christ pledged to uphold the law, both in the Gospel and in the Quran. It is worth noting that the etymological origins of halakha in Hebrew and Sharia in Arabic are identical. On the other hand, shared commonalities in the belief in Jesus Christ, peace upon him, despite the serious differences, are not shared with Judaism at all. The contemporary Abrahamic religion's construct serves its own pragmatic political purposes. Abraham was a recipient of divine revelation and scripture, and was not the source of any of these religions himself. We also share the same challenges coming from a positivist worldview. Without the transcendental outlook, it could lead to nihilism and an end to the revealed sense of normativity that existed for millennia. The way forward is respect to the fundamental right to be different and convivencia without coercion. Let there be no compulsion in religion, the Quran says. It is not the intention here to offend anyone. Do not argue with the people of the book unless gracefully. إِلَّا بِالَّتِي هِيَ أَحْسَنُ. The human being was created to fulfill the role of Khalifa. This is not the political office that emerged historically after the death of the Prophet, peace upon him. It is understood in the story of Adam's creation to act positively upon the God-given universe without shedding blood and causing corruption on earth. The human being was given language to facilitate this life, to worship God and to serve humanity. Language is important to understand the revealed message, for humanity was not left to its own to decipher its role and way of life. God honored, dignified, and ennobled all the children of Adam in the Holy Quran, and it is imperative to uphold this dignity. This is an essential human right. This entails respect for all races, colors, tongues, that is, languages, the profound categories of female and male, and the coexistence of the various religions and creeds. This is an essential part of the Islamic faith, to believe in the previous prophets and to confirm their original revealed messages. As for the colors and tongues, they are signs pointing to the wisdom of the Creator. Tolerance, the original use of which entails endurance with pain, falls short. They are to be celebrated. And one of his signs is the creation of the heavens and the earth, and the diversity of your languages and colors. Surely in this are signs for those of sound knowledge. The Prophet, peace upon him, confirmed this solid anti-racial position in his farewell address of Hajjat al-Wada'. All humans are descended from Adam. There is no superiority of an Arab over a non-Arab, or of a non-Arab over an Arab, and no superiority of a white person over a black person, or of a black person over a white person, except for piety, righteousness. The Prophet, in the same farewell address, reminded his nascent community of women's rights, that men should be kind to them, that their marriage took place in the light of divine permission and trust. Muslim women have the right to be financially independent 1400 years ago, and that within marriage her wealth remains hers, and her husband shoulders the responsibility for all financial upkeep of the family, unless she freely and willfully decides to contribute. A woman has the right to inheritance as a mother, daughter, or wife. She inherits the same, less, more, and in some cases she inherits and the man does not. She has the right to participate in every sector in the society. The practical prophetic practice was such that the house chores are genderless, for he patched his own clothes, fixed his own shoes, was tidy, and in one tradition, he used to do at home what his family did. Thank you.
Please welcome native rights activist, environmentalist, and actress, Casey Camp-Horinek.
Latia Juzi Witike Panka Abadi Manchete Panka, Oklahoma. Juzi is my true name. Casey Camp is my colonized name. I want to acknowledge first that we are here on stolen land of the Odawa, of the Ojibwe, of the Potawatomi, and like to ask you all to recognize that first and foremost. And if my sister Mary Lyons and her daughter are in this hall, can you please stand for us? If she's not here, she snuck off for some lunch and I'm real jealous. Next, I want to acknowledge all of the indigenous people of Turtle Island. Would you stand, please? This is also to remind you how few of us are participating. You should wonder why. Want to ask those indigenous peoples of the South Americas who are the caretakers of the rainforest to stand, please. And to the sacred water herself, the actual host of all humanity and all living things. I thank you and I love you. It's an interesting thing as a Ponca woman, P-O-N-C-A, for those of you who want to look it up. We are originally from Nebraska, called Nebraska now, the land of the flat waters in our name, forcibly removed to the occupied territory of Oklahoma when my grandfather was 6. And we live there now, thanks to the Wichita people, the Caddo people, and other tribes that were there before us. We want to say thank you and acknowledge that. Wakanda, the Great Spirit, the one who has given life to all in the way of the Ponca people, is our way of acknowledging spirituality, not religion, not organized religion. I respect your belief. I also ask for your respect for our belief because the doctrine of discovery allowed you to steal this land, to defile the sacred water, to genetically modify the sacred corn, to massacre the buffalo, to imprison the salmon. The very breath of the four winds has been killed by your pollution. But Wakanda, the Great Spirit, which is the spirit of all living things, not just humans. You talk about human rights. What about the rights of those without the same voice as you and I? What about the rights of the deer to have healthy offspring, to have clean water, to have air to breathe, to have generations to come? What about the rights of the buffalo? What about the rights of the butterfly? What about the rights of the finns? What about the rights of the water? What about the rights of the air? What about the rights of the Father, Son? What about the rights of the Mother Earth? We are interdependent. We who are born with these huge, stupid egos that blind our eyes, that believe that money is the answer to the next thing. Your religion, my spirituality, your way of accepting money by using banks that are invested in fossil fuels, by using insurance companies that back them, by believing that those who are elected to office are the leaders, will kill our species. Because none of it matters. If our Mother Earth continues her purification in the manner that she is right now, with the bigger tornadoes, with these huge hurricanes, with these floods, with the fires, those are her ways of sustaining life. So with your religion, with your human rights, with your freedom, what will it mean if Earth herself isn't honored? The mother of all, the one mother we all share, the Father, the sky, those that walk on four legs, those that swim, those trees that breathe as we breathe, are a shared way of being. We are visitors. We're temporary. One day, the Panka understand that we will be in the Hulaga, that great circle of stars in the sky. And when we arrive there, because we've got no heaven, we've got no hell, we have now. And then we have then. And then we go to this camp circle where all our relatives are waiting, those in the spirit world. And I would remind you that the spirit world's a polite world. And unless we humans humble ourselves and ask for help, they're not going to intercede, because they are in that higher conscience that we are seeking. Because they have the understanding, and until our oneness includes truly all things, all living things, there is no future for humankind. But I believe in you. I believe that you're going to expand yourselves to include folks like me, to rescind the doctrine of discovery that has allowed you to kill me, that has erased the value of women, who have looked at the 7 generations to come and say, oh no, I'm just taking care of me right now. Who have looked at the sources of life as resources. Take that RE off there. Every time you hear that, it's not natural resources. Those are nature, following natural law. And they are sources of life that we must all respect. We must all show gratitude for. I embrace you for what you believe. I do not embrace how you believe. When it comes to the life of the 7 generations to come, I ask you to take responsibility, to move away from those oligarchs of the fossil fuel industry, to empower the guardians of the Amazon, to look to the indigenous wisdom that kept this portion of Mother Earth in harmony until 500 years ago. We do have answers. I'm counting on you to just accept that simple philosophy of praying for, providing for, and making sure that the 7th generation from now will have clean food to eat, will have clean water to drink, clean air to breathe. Be on the right side of history. Let your future ancestors look back and say, my folks were there at that time they called climate change, that the indigenous people called purification. And they did everything possible for us to live as one with the Mother Earth and the Great Spirit.
Hi, everybody. My name is Freeman-Wilson. I am an actor, writer, and producer from Los Angeles. I'm so sorry I couldn't be there in person. I'm also an author of a few books. I have a deep and abiding passion for discussing spiritual topics. I'm a member of the Baha'i faith, which, as you may or may not know, has its very origins in North America, sprung from the Parliament of World Religions. So it is a sincere honor to be speaking to you remotely today. I wanted to bring up a couple of ideas. You know, when we people of faith gather, when we discuss social transformation as well as personal transformation, these ideas are not just a nice, sweet side hobby. The world needs what we have. The world needs right now the deep and abiding faith-based wisdom of the ages that come from all of the world's great religions. And we need to share this wisdom in a hurting world. We've just gone through a pandemic, obviously the COVID pandemic, but when you look around, you see that there are many, many pandemics everywhere. Racism is a pandemic. Sexism is a pandemic. Income inequality is a pandemic. Materialism is a pandemic. Militarism and nationalism. All of these diseases that are affecting humanity right now. And on a vaster, more global scale, climate change is a pandemic. And deepest and most difficult of all are the diseases of despair, loneliness, anxiety, depression, and suicide and suicidal ideation. The mental health epidemic has young people in its clutches like at no other time in human history. And we, people of faith, have some answers. We have some solutions to these issues. These are issues that have their origins in a spiritual disease, in a spiritual malady, in a spiritual imbalance. These are not pandemics that will be cured with legislation. They won't be cured by one political party or another. They won't be cured by some policy decisions. And they won't be cured simply through protest. We have a tendency in contemporary America, at least, to begin and end with protest. We see an injustice and we protest about it. And I think one of the important things that the faith traditions can help with, can lead the way, can show the way forward, is in building something. We can build something. We don't just protest. We roll up our sleeves and we get into the grassroots of it all. We serve in the communities and we bring people together and we build community, we build cooperation and consultation. So let that be our standard moving forward, not just an act of protest, but an act of building something positive. Religion has a bad rap in the world right now, especially in the Western world. And a lot of religions have committed quite gross, corrupt injustices. But religions also have within them a shining lamp of purity, of compassion and kindness. And we can build unity together, all of us, people of faith, no matter what background, country, or class or creed we come from. A couple other spiritual solutions to the world's problems that we might want to consider is we can provide joy and hope. This is a land and a world of pessimism, of despair, and we can give people hope. And that's what they need. They need hope, vision, purpose, and mission. We can provide that in the teachings of the great spiritual traditions. And as we know we are spiritual beings having a human experience, we can share that concept with people and see one another as beautiful, vibrant, radiant souls that are in a period of a great turmoil. You know, there's two forces at work in the world right now, the forces of integration, and there's some great movements bringing people together like this parliament, and there are forces of disintegration, forces that are tearing the world apart and making the world a better place. For a lot of young people, they get very confused by this, by these two twin forces at work on the social fabric at the exact same time. So we can show them to turn their gaze away from the disintegration and toward the integration. Find the integration, find the hope, find the upliftment. So there are so many tools that we can use: building community at the grassroots, inspiring hope, and reinventing the adversarial systems that tear us apart. The systems at work in the world today, and I mean all the systems, the biggest systems, government, agriculture, healthcare, education, politics, you name it, every system is built in an adversarial way. And this is part of the reason that we're destroying our planet and the fabric of our society is unraveling, because we live in these adversarial systems that have ideas like one-upsmanship, and it's a dog-eat-dog world, and every man for himself, this kind of toxic individualism that is at play. And again, we people of faith, we humble servants of humanity, people who put service toward the disenfranchised at the top of our priority lists, we can start to address these imbalances. And again, these imbalances are not simply going to be fixed with more or different legislation, because the systems themselves are so very broken. So there's a lot of big ideas to wrap our heads around. We have a lot of great reasons to be meeting, to be consulting, to be loving one another, to be working side by side, shoulder to shoulder, sleeves rolled up on the ground, not just talking about big ideas, but putting those into practice and doing something about it. So again, I wish I could be there. These are just a couple of ideas I wanted to throw out. Keep what you like and leave the rest. I hope it leads to some powerful consultation.
Please welcome violinist Serena Hong. Please welcome Religion and Family Life Resource Teacher and the coordinator of the Interfaith Youth Alliance Movement, Audrey Ferrer.
Good morning. I'd like to acknowledge we are gathered on the ancestral land and waters of the people of the Council of Three Fires, the Ottawa, the Potawatomi, and the Ojibwe nations. We also recognize we are on the shore and waters of Lake Michigan, which was a site of trade, travel, gathering, and healing for more than a dozen other Indigenous nations, including the Menominee, Michigamea, Miami, Kickapoo, Puyallup, and Ho-Chunk nations. Let us strive to respect the dish with one spoon wampum. That is, take only what we need, leave some for the rest, and protect creation. And finally, let us honor and acknowledge the contributions and the enduring presence of all Indigenous peoples on Turtle Island. So I've been invited here to share the winning essay for the Global Ethic Essay Contest Award, and it's titled Engaging Youth in the Global Ethic. And I'm just going to preamble that with, this really was meant to be read as text as an essay, but you're going to hear it verbally, so just keep that in mind. As a Catholic high school teacher in the Greater Toronto area, my heart sometimes breaks when in dialogue with the younger generation. Our students are struggling with post-COVID trauma and grief, anxiety about the climate crisis, and systemic discrimination. After graduation, they will face high unemployment rates and the lack of affordable housing. They witness through media the growing division and violence between groups. It is no surprise they have lost hope, searching for meaning in their lives. The global ethic, with its 5 directives, can act as a guide for youth to rediscover purpose, spiritual fulfillment, skills development, and build a collective conscience. The global ethic can engage and empower youth to make transformative changes that address the urgent needs of our communities on issues that matter to them. I would like to share the example of an issue that students say is of major importance in Canada, that of truth and reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. Although I was born in Manila, Philippines, I moved to Canada when I was 2 years old. While I am not personally responsible for the historical oppression and cultural genocide of Indigenous peoples in Canada, I understand that I am a settler and I benefit from their land that was taken hundreds of years ago. And although I was not responsible for the Indigenous children who were stolen away from their families by the Canadian government, I know I am responsible for addressing the wrongdoings that happened. To do so, I can try to uphold the global ethic in my teaching practice. That is, I can commit to its 3rd directive, promoting a culture of tolerance and life of truthfulness. By highlighting the abuse of Indigenous children that took place in residential schools and how 60% of these schools were run by Catholic-affiliated organizations. As a Catholic, this is a painful part of our religious heritage and history. But I can challenge my students to critically examine how and why abuse was possible. It was an arrogant sense of righteousness, with no heart to listen and learn from others, that made it possible for individuals to commit crimes against innocent children and for a nation of bystanders to let it happen. Beating the Indian out of the child for spiritual and cultural salvation sprang from a colonial culture of intolerance and ignorance. In short, we must adopt a stance of humility in recognizing that no single religious or cultural group carries the whole truth, and there is rich wisdom in learning from each other. If only we had listened from the heart, we would have seen the global ethic reflected in Indigenous teachings and seen their own connection to our own faith. Once learning is embedded in a life of truthfulness and culture of tolerance, it is easier to focus on the other global ethic directives. For example, one of the impacts of intergenerational trauma is the issue of murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. Students understand the importance of the fourth directive and its commitment to a culture of equal rights and partnership between men and women. They have advocated for the police and government to address the thousands of girls and women who have been murdered or disappeared these past decades without serious investigation or justice. Another issue that has drawn the attention of my students is that of treaty rights and of defending land and water. Though the second directive calls for a culture of solidarity and economic justice, the government and companies gain economic profit by destroying sacred territories while Indigenous communities suffer devastating loss. For example, it is heartbreaking to hear the Anishinaabe First Nation speak of their lived experiences in Grassy Narrows, a community whose water was contaminated with mercury poisoning, resulting in high incidences of cancer. It's also difficult to believe their community was on a boiled water advisory for 48 years. This is Canada. To top it all off, the provincial government is planning to begin mining operations in Grassy Narrows' traditional lands without even consulting them. They are only one of many Indigenous communities whose lands and lives are being threatened. I just want to add, as an aside, since this essay was submitted in March, and since then, because of pressure with the government, they agreed to hold off on building roads for mining for the next decade. So that's a victory. As a mother and teacher, listening to stories of their youth struggling with anxiety, depression, and suicidal ideation, I cannot imagine how overwhelming it must be. Yet, I witnessed the hope, strength, and resilience of Indigenous peoples who continue to fight for the rights and well-being of their land and people. This is where the global ethic helps direct the work we can do in a practical and meaningful way. Taking its third directive to heart, we can take a stand with Indigenous peoples in solidarity, asking for a just economic order and protesting in a way that is non-violent. In the past, I've witnessed youth moved by such issues. They act as co-conspirators, echoing Indigenous voices to demand justice for Indigenous communities. By demanding that the government meet with First Nations to protect land and resources, youth play a role in helping promote a culture of sustainability and care for the earth, as the global ethic directs us to in the fifth directive. Youth have found creative and nonviolent ways to stand in solidarity through organizing letter writing and social media campaigns, building pipelines of hope in front of the parliament, employing visual arts, music, drama, prayer, vigil services, marches, solidarity dinners. In their campaigns, youth have developed a wide array of skills: planning and organization, communication, budgeting, civic engagement, technology, even cooking. The list goes on. Most importantly, they learn they can make a difference and affect positive change in line with the first directive by creating a culture of nonviolence and respect for life. Thus, using the global ethic directives to help guide youth on specific issues can be a helpful and empowering way to provide hope and resolution for problem solving and community building. As the next generation, we must invest in our future. To conclude, I challenge you with this personal and possibly professional question for reflection. How are you providing opportunities for youth to learn about and live out the global ethic? Let us be very intentional in creating the space and time to do so. Thank you.
Please welcome Taoist priest from Taiwan, Shu-Ming.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special guest with us today. He is a Taoist master from Taiwan who has dedicated his life to the ancient and mystical traditions of Taoism. He is here to share with us his wisdom and insight on how to live in harmony with nature and ourselves. He will also demonstrate the Orthodox Taoist blessing ceremony, a sacred ritual that invokes the power and grace of the Tao. This ceremony will bless each and every one of you with peace, health, and prosperity. How amazing is that? Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Shu-Ming.
多丁波佐天尊，多丁波佐天尊，多丁波佐大天尊。天地有莲灰气混散，东地用天苦红龙太hiện八方威势，属我主莲林波护边破过九天天头大那东宫台。斩妖布下多归万千中山新旧万事有本七雄一边求平言安宁我家八海的本梦所修是为我献求为小山多去中尊中心中亲天尊雄亲雄亲天尊雄亲雄亲天尊吉星归平嘞宏观六天团挂高处修净我多这多困没破为中心小度在就巴西梨花山高做树大主大比九口九难三万多种观九天有也所作天公八界有还大众今天祖孙金木灵验后爹灵听连着今夜下文清君地势后行有福寿雄显天上帝金花花心动魔大天尊无万无万相救的为只用妙丹何跑来无客有客下仙班金江言高大天尊修行行道修行道早将有天机尊金库啊，有红兄弟，修行行道。三观三条，三观大德，修行行道。早将我弄万强天尊，亲笔显坛滚坛。 红屋于美国芝加哥麦考密克广场湖滨中心，奉道修斋，救谢消灾解厄，延伸之忧，庆福吉庆保安。折华弟子在会众弟子人等，今逢世界宗教议会日，诚心祈求大地风调雨顺，赐福苍生安康，天下太平和谐。请在会弟子和众人等，天恩广施，大仕途男女信众，命运亨通，财源广进，元成光彩，四路则指日益高升，吉星与高照祥光，四时无灾，八节有庆，万事如意，南征北赴，女纳前降，学道精进，传道顺遂，大将吉祥，臣行为道中师派法师。
Numberless people of all regions and religions strive to live their lives in the spirit of partnership and responsible action in the areas of love, sexuality, and family.
Nevertheless, all over the world, there are condemnable forms of patriarchy, domination of one sex over the other, exploitation of women, sexual misuse of children, and forced prostitution. In the great ancient religious and ethical traditions of humankind, we find the directive, you shall not commit sexual immorality or respect and love one another.
No one has the right to degrade others to near sexual objects, to lead them in or hold them in sexual dependency. We condemn sexual exploitation and sexual discrimination as one of the worst forms of human degradation.
Let no one be deceived. There is no authentic humanness without living together in partnership. Your relationship between humans should be characterized not by patronizing behavior or exploitation, but by love, partnership, and trustworthiness.
The social institution of marriage, despite all its cultural and religious variety, is characterized by love, loyalty, and permanence. All lands and cultures should develop economic and social relationships, which will enable marriage and family life worthy of human beings. We need mutual respect, partnership, and understanding instead of patriarchal domination and degradation,
which are expressions of violence and gender counter-violence. We need mutual concern, tolerance, readiness for reconciliation, and love instead of any form of possessive lust or sexual misuse. We invite all people, whether religious or not, to do the same.
The Parliament of the World's Religions calls all people, religious or not, to commit themselves to the values and principles of a global ethic. The Parliament also calls for people all over the world to signal their support for the global ethic by signing it. To show your support or to learn more, visit our website at www.parliamentofreligions.org/global-ethic-signatures.
Please welcome Executive Director of the Jewish Community Relations Council of St. Louis and Trustee of the Parliament of the World's Religions, Rory Picker-Nice.
Good afternoon. My name is Rory Picker-Nice, and I'm honored to serve
as part of the Board of Trustees here at the Parliament, to work on behalf of our entire St. Louis Jewish community as Executive Director of the Jewish Community Relations Council, and to serve as a member of the clergy in my tradition of Orthodox Judaism. My community is not one that has widely accepted the ordination of women. And since stepping into my role, I have experienced people walk out of the room when I start to speak. Faith leaders refuse to participate in programs if I would appear next to them on stage. Colleagues print public letters of condemnation against me repeatedly. Search committees tell me that my application would never even be considered. All of these only because I am a woman who seeks deeper learning, a woman who teaches others how to become closer to their own faith. My friends, I wish that women like me, as we come together in this convening to wrestle with the dangerous implications of climate change, the perilous threats to our democracy, the overwhelming need of migrants and refugees, and so much more, I wish that women like me, that women like us, were truly the greatest problem facing our faith communities. But the stories that I described pale in comparison to the horrors that so many face. The abuse and violence, exploitation and sexual abuse that countless women, non-binary, and transgender people encounter on a daily basis. But here's the thing. When we ridicule and demean women and those who are non-binary and transgender, when we perpetuate the idea that one has to be born a particular gender in order to access the wisdom of our own traditions and the path to the divine, we make our faith communities instruments of abuse, perpetuating not only systems of inequity, but creating structures in which the powerful few can corrupt our ancient wisdom, create false dichotomies, and manipulate those who are already marginalized and abused in our societies. And once we allow those ideas to take hold, or worse, once we create those ideas, we become powerless to control their reach, and we bear the responsibility for all the harm done in our name and beyond. Friends, let us commit ourselves to answer this call to conscience. Let us commit ourselves to this culture of equal rights and the unmitigated partnership between all sexes. Let our faith communities forge the path towards mutual respect, partnership, and understanding, mutual concern, tolerance, readiness for reconciliation, and love. And may we all merit to witness a world made stronger, healthier, and holier because of all the people embraced and empowered within it.
Please welcome a performance by the Jain dance group Sargam.
Jai Jinendra.
Good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen, distinguished delegates, and honored guests.
It is with great pleasure that I stand before you today to introduce our group Sargam and the act that we brought together to introduce one of the world's most ancient and profound spiritual traditions, Jainism. As we gather here at the World Religion Parliament, a forum that celebrates the diversity of human beliefs, we believe that delving into the essence of Jainism will undoubtedly enrich our collective knowledge for the tapestry of human spirituality. Jainism is more than a religion. It is a way of life that emphasizes nonviolence, compassion, self-discipline, and a profound reverence for all forms of life. One of the fundamental principles of Jainism is ahimsa, nonviolence, that extends to not only refraining from causing harm to other living beings, but also a cultivation of a mindset that the universal call for peace and harmony amongst the global community. We have tried to represent this with our act as it starts with the greatest mantra of Jainism, the Naukar mantra, seeking blessings from all the divine beings, and goes into explaining the true essence of Jainism, as well as the true bliss that the soul experiences by following Lord Mahavira's teachings. We thank the Jain Society of Metropolitan Chicago to bestow us with this amazing opportunity and for their strong belief in us throughout. Now, without taking much of your time, with God's grace and all your love, we present to you Sargam, Music of the Soul.
नमो अरिहंताणम नमो अरिहंताणम पुरुषों में सिंहासम लोक में उत्तम चरण अंगूठे ये मेरु कंपाए सिंहासन डोलता है इंद्र का भी होते जब प्रभु के कल्याणक तनननदुम 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 ताना देरे देरे ना चारों दिशाएं झूम के गाए कानों में जैसे कोई मुरली सुनाए अंबर से कोई नाद बजाए तेज हवाएं जोर से गाए रंग उड़ाए इंद्र रानी मिल मंगल गाए शिव में जैसे कोई सागर पाए ढोल नगाड़े शंख गुंजाए अंबर अमृत रस बरसाए मेघ मिटाए शोर मचाए भाव क्षमा का हर दिल में खिलाओ जैसे ईर्ष्या जलन और बैर का कोई अंत हुआ हो जैसे खुशियों की बात छिड़ी हो जैसे दिल से दिल की बात हुई हो जैसे फूल खिले हो जगमग जगमग दीप जले हो जैसे तारे खुद धरती पे गिरे हो जैसे धरती दुल्हन सी सजी हो जैसे शाख के पत्ते झूम रहे हो जैसे मध्यम मध्यम जैसे कहीं जुगनू जमीन पर आए जैसे कहीं चांदनी जगमग जगमग रोशनी लाए जैसे कोई मीठी सी लोरी सुनाए जैसे कहीं कोयल राग में गाए जैसे कोई वीर का जन्म कैसी मीठी वाणी थी वो वीर की कहानी थी जो कल्प सूत्र में अब मैंने जाना है वीर को पाना है वीर की धुन में ही राग लगाना है महावीरा निजा निजा
कलयुग के महाकाल में सतयुग है जिन शासन, दुष्कर्मों की आग में मिगदार है जिन शासन, प्रेम करुणा भाव में जगमाता है जिन शासन, इतिहास के महापन्नों पर अमर जिन शासन। वंदे 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 शासनम, जिन शासन जिन शासन शासन जिन शासन शासन। वंदे 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 शासनम, जिन शासन जिन शासन शासन जिन शासन शासन। दीन जनों के तुक सागर में नाव जो बन कर आवे, सुख शांति की दिव्य ध्वजा को अंबर पर लगावे। विश्व के महाप्राण की सुख आस है जिन शासन, धरती के तबकार की चिरसास है जिन शासन, पाप भरे अंधियार में तेज सूरज है जिन शासन, अशरणम शरणम सुखकर है परम जिन शासन। वंदे 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 शासनम, जिन शासन जिन शासन शासन जिन शासन शासन। वंदे 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 शासनम, जिन शासन जिन शासन शासन जिन शासन शासन।
A membership for the Parliament of the World's Religions is a perfect way to stay engaged and involved before, during, and after Parliament convenings. Your Parliament of the World's Religions membership is an essential way to support the Parliament's mission and efforts. Your membership supports the Parliament's efforts in a variety of ways by helping fund causes like religious and economic justice, climate action and commitments, women's dignity, fostering a global ethic, among many others. Your Parliament of the World's Religions membership also comes with many exclusive benefits. We created the member program in 2018 as a way to keep members engaged after the Parliament convenings. With exclusive virtual events, digital content, and social forums, your membership is designed to continue your interfaith-based learning while keeping you connected to fellow Parliament of the World's Religions members.
Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Please welcome Trustee, Program Chair of the 2023 Parliament of the World's Religions, Chair of the Women's Task Force, a Wiccan priestess, attorney and author, Phyllis Curott.
Mike, okay. Better? Okay. I can't see you, but I can hear you. It's important you hear me. Fabulous. It's a joy to welcome you again to our plenary today on community. Each of us belongs to a community at home, in our places of faith and worship, and here together, creating a community that spans the globe. It's a community of the heart, of respect, and of deep gratitude for each other. Because of our differences make us better. They make us wiser. They make us stronger. They make us more compassionate. We speak always of the things that we share, our love, our compassion, our commitment to justice. But it's not until we are confronted by the other that those values are truly called into being. And so today it's my great joy to welcome you to our plenary on community, a community that spans the globe, a community of the heart, a community that is diverse and united. Thank you all for being here.
Please welcome founder and chairman of Paylocity, Steve Sarowitz.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Steve Sarowitz, and I represent the Baha'i faith. I'm here to talk about community from a Baha'i perspective. We live in a world where many people are losing hope, with political turmoil, where all of our systems seem to be failing at once. We just had a big tragedy in Hawaii, a lot of environmental tragedies. We have wars and rumors of war and rumblings of war. We have division and strife and turmoil throughout the world. We have a mental health crisis all around the world. And universities here in the States, but it's a worldwide crisis. 8 years ago when I became a Baha'i, I told people that the world is falling apart, and people looked at me like I was strange. Of course, the world's fine. Nowadays, when I say that, almost nobody argues with me. The question is, what's happening, and is there any hope? We Baha'is have a lot of hope because we see what's going on as a two-part process. In fact, an irrevocably linked process between the disintegration of an old, defective world order and the rising up of a new society. An old world order based on greed, corruption, patriarchy, racism, superstition. An old world order where people are the other and we worry about our own tribe. An old world order that is steeped in materialism and lacks for spirituality. And this old world order cannot stand. It's political partisanship, and we should have trust and unity. It's religious differences, when we should all acknowledge the same God that made us and created us. In its place, though, coming together, this is a two-part process, and they're coming together. As this old world order, as the acceleration of the disintegration happens, there's an acceleration of the integration, of the rising up. Since 1844, the whole world is experiencing a brand new age. 75% of the inventions in the history of the world have happened since 1844. New ideas like women's rights, shouldn't be new, but it is. The idea of a single human race, the idea of global citizenry, they're all arising. The end of slavery, you can actually trace country by country by country, the elimination of slavery. All these ideas are new. And the idea of interfaith. The first Parliament of the World Religions that happened here in Chicago in 1893 was groundbreaking. I don't think there was even a word for interfaith at the time. And it was so new and astounding and controversial that there wasn't another one for 100 years. What we are doing right now is the beginning of what will be worldwide religious reconciliation. The coming together of one. So what is community? Community is not our tribe, or rather it's not our individual tribe, it's our global tribe. And the communities that make up this global tribe are individual pieces of a single body. This is the teaching of the Baha'i faith. This is the teaching of Baha'u'llah, who said this, "O children of men, know ye not why we have created you all from the same dust? That no one should exalt himself over the other. Ponder at all times in your hearts how you were created. Since we have created you all from one same substance, is incumbent on you to be even as one soul, to walk with the same feet, eat with the same mouth, and dwell in the same land. You see, we all breathe the same air. We were all created by the same God. There isn't a Jewish God, a Christian God, a Muslim God, or a Baha'i God. There's one God who created us all, who loves us all, and has told us through every prophet in every age to get along. We still haven't learned. But we are learning. And as the disintegration process accelerates, as the hopelessness increases, hope also increases. And I want to tell everyone that there's not only hope, but it's in the Baha'i writings that we will have a great and united world. People of all colors, people of all countries coming together as one. And the elimination of the things that have plagued humanity for centuries: racial prejudice, sexism, nationalism, and yes, the one that we're working on right here, religious prejudice. The idea that because I was born into a Jewish family, I'm lesser or greater than someone who's born into a Hindu family or a Christian family or a Muslim family. How crazy is that? We are one. We are not the same, as you two said. We're one, but we're not the same. But there's unity in this diversity. But spiritually, we are one. It is only the material differences that separate us. So when we go work in community, we have to acknowledge that each community knows what's good for them. When we do philanthropy, as I do with the Wayfarer Foundation, we don't go into a community and tell them what to do. We ask them what they're doing, and we help them do it. But there's also a global understanding that everything each one of us does is as a global citizen. And when we fight things like the climate crisis we're all in, we need to do it together. My shirt says, "So powerful is the light of unity that can illuminate the whole earth." This is from Baha'u'llah again. Baha'u'llah said that he was the promised one of all faiths, and that he had come to unite the world into something called the most great peace. And the most great peace is coming. It's coming for all of us. And when we lean into that most great peace, and there's many different angles to lean into it from, we can understand how to solve our world's problems. We cannot do it separately. We cannot solve a global climate crisis by each doing our own thing. We cannot solve political crises by each doing our own thing. We have to work together, and we cannot eliminate these long-term problems like racism and sexism by each doing our own thing, by dividing into tribes. We cannot do it by blaming the other. There is no other. Rather, everything must be enveloped by love and justice and equity for every human being. And we must recognize the nobility of every human being and the equality of every human being under God. And when we do that, not if, when we do that, we will have peace and prosperity for all of us. Thank you very much.
Please welcome founder of Agape International Spiritual Center and the co-founder and president of the Association for Global New Thought, Michael Beckwith.
God bless you all, and thank you for showing up. I am Michael B. Beckwith, the founder of Agape International Spiritual Center that emanates from the New Thought Ageless Wisdom, which of course embraces all paths to the transcendent awareness of the great power, the great presence, the great love, that we choose to call God, calling forth within us to bring the realm of ever-expanding good, which is another name for heaven on earth, as it is in the heart mind of the infinite. When we consider community, I like to say that spiritual community, authentic spiritual community, grants you immunity from the lower frequencies of life. That when in fact one is in community, and I also like to say that all of the authentic paths that are on this planet, we're all one community in different locations. one community in different locations. Under the aegis of the New Thought Ageless Wisdom, we operate under the law of you do not see what you describe, you do not describe what you see, but you see what you describe. And so when we think about the global ethic and we think about community, we're living in the vibrational frequency of describing what's possible where human beings are concerned. We're describing the world we want to live in, and as we have a dynamic awareness and an inner feeling tonality of that description, we would not merely describe what we see when we see the egregious acts that are happening on the planet, when we see many of the things that Steve just mentioned, we will begin to see what we are describing. We will see it first within our own minds and hearts, and then we will see it in our thoughts, our words, and our actions. And the world that we want to live in will begin to manifest through and as us. In other words, every religion is to bring us to that transcendent, timeless moment where the eternal breaks into time through us, that we anchor the good on the planet that we are seeking through us, not coming from an external deity, but coming through and as us as individuals who have emerged from the eternal with everything necessary to fulfill our mission on this planet, which is to birth the beloved community, the kind and just global society. With that awareness and that feeling tone, we will walk not merely fighting what we don't want, not speaking truth to power, but speaking truth to pseudo-power, because there's only one power, and that's the power of God. So we will stand within an awareness of this feeling tone carrying us, so that our energy is not against. It was Ernest Holmes that said, it would be wonderful if someone showed up on the planet that was for something and against nothing. That means that we are being pulled by the progressive universe, which is the outpicturing of the heart mind of the infinite. It is progressive. It is always reflecting and revealing more and more and more of the infinite nature. We will be pulled by this universal presence through the universe and through the law. In other words, we'll be on the right side of the law and catapulted into an awareness and an action that will make a mighty difference on this planet. Something wonderful is happening. I dare say, in other words, as Steve was reminding us about the degradation that is taking place, we also know that when there is disintegration, there is integration at a higher level. As the old paradigm is dissolving and the new paradigm is being born, we are the reporters of the new paradigm. When you turn on your news, that is the report of the old paradigm. Those are actors reporting from the lowest common denominator of the human experience. You are the reporters of the new paradigm. The invisible becoming visible. That which can't be seen by eye yet, but will be seen by your energy, your vibration, your conversations coming together. We will be the magnificent butterfly effect that touches the furthest star, but embraces our beautiful planet, so that we'll be walking in the vibration of what's emerging, at the same time hospicing that which is dissolving. You are a midwife of that which is trying to happen. In spiritual community, which grants us immunity from the lower frequencies of life, that buoys us. It embraces us. It sustains us. It is a link to the source of all creation. The beautiful thing about the Parliament of World Religions is that no one is pounding their chest about their religion. They are beginning to speak about the possibility of evolutionary collaborations so that we can see the world we all want to live in. Total appreciation for each other, walking hand in hand, heart in heart, anchoring heaven on earth. This is what we are up to. And what is the universal presence up to? What is the universal presence up to through its universal laws? Producing individuals that can perfectly reflect the cosmos according to our unique pattern. That's what the universe is up to. That's why we love Allah. That's why we love Jesus. That's why we love Muhammad. That's why we love Buddha, because they perfectly reflected the cosmos according to their unique pattern at their particular time in history, according to their particular culture. What about you? What about us? We are to stand with a great awareness that the universe is up to birthing the cosmos through us, so that we're not fighting against something. It's dissolving because the universal presence is progressive. The energy is rising, so it will not be able to be sustainable if it is not in love and compassion. We will be birthing a kind and just global society, and the caveat is we have to personally participate in our own evolution. It's not going to just happen. It's going to happen just according to our consciousness. And so when we think about community, we think about all of us, not just our individual local communities, but we consider every path that is authentic to be our community, regardless of what one calls themselves. Everyone in their spiritual practice is calling themselves forth, is calling the presence forth. The omnipotent, omniscient, omniactive presence forth as the activity of our awareness. Somebody say, yes, I am. Yes, I can. Yes, I am willing. Yes, I am able. It is so. Now, so be it. Amen.
Please welcome the chair of the Board of Trustees for the Parliament of the World's Religions, Nitin Ajmera.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Jai Jinendra. Here we are in the community plenary, and it is so wonderful to see all of you in the community of the Parliament of the World's Religions. We are nothing without you, and we love you for coming here and expressing yourself and being part of what we are. As we go through this process and we continue to our programs, where we have amazing things today, including a kind of a Broadway show on the renunciation of Lord Neminath in the Jain philosophy, and he gave up his life and his worldly pleasures for the love of the animals as they were put aside to kill them for his dinner in his wedding. That story is profound for us to show how we need to take care of the world around us. In this community plenary, I request all of you to join us as members, as donors, as volunteers, as a circle of patrons, as a benefactor members, and become part of us so we can count on you to take our message between the convenings back to your hometowns, back to your communities, back to the people on your Facebooks and Instagrams and Twitters, and show them that the world full of love, peace, harmony is possible. There is not only hope, there is reality. We believe in it and we are part of it. So many people have asked me what is between the Parliament convenings, or when is the next convening? Friends, we will tell you when the next convenings will come. But between that, join us in our programs. Join us as our members. Join us as our contributors. As any way you can show up for us, we would love to have you. Our booth is outside this room in the exhibits, and we would love to see you there to become part of our members, benefactors, patron donors, and or volunteers. Love you, and Jai Jinendra.
Please welcome spiritual leader and chairman of Guru Nanak Nishkam Suabjata Bahai Mohinder Singh.
Beloved brothers and sisters, may God's blessings be on you. accept Sikh greetings. Vaheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji ki Fateh. It is an honor to share with you my life's experience, insight, and most humble, proven best experience for community-driven solutions to pressing social issues, partnerships between communities, governments, and other stakeholders. Let me begin by saying that I'm blessed to have had a calling at the age of 50 to resign from carrying out 30 years professional civil structural and low-income housing work to devote the rest of my life towards God's calling. I've had a head start because of my two predecessors. I'm third in line of spiritual leaders of my organization. As a Sikh who is a lifelong learner, I'm required to spend time in doing three things: praying, Naam Japna, service, selfless service, and singing God's praises, reciting Kirtan. First and foremost, it is vital to connect up and establish a loving relationship with God Almighty. Thus, the organization I lead spends time in conducting Amrit Sanchars and conducting baptism ceremonies. We have conducted some 2,000 such ceremonies and would have enabled to bring into Sikh fold some million individuals. Thus, we have now a formidable community for doing God's work. We have continued to pray for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for the last 40 years. We have two biannual day and night, 11 days continuous prayers for seeking flourishing of all, i.e. Sarbat da Pala. We serve some 25,000 meals a week at our Gurudwara in Birmingham on Soho Road, Handsworth. We had the privilege of serving Langar at the Parliament's events in Barcelona, Salt City, and now in Chicago. We have used advocacy and peaceful march by some 50,000 Sikhs in the UK in 1981 to get Sikhs legally recognized as an ethnical minority for gaining entry into UK schools wearing turbans and other articles of faith. We have collaborated with the Catholic Church re-faith values. We now have, with the support of the UK government, opened Nishkam primary and secondary faith schools. We have 3 Nishkam nurseries as well in Birmingham, Wolverhampton, Leeds, and India. Nishkam schools have Sikh ethos. They are multi-faith and value-led. We believe education begins at conception through influence of mother's values-led thought process. We have involved ourselves to initiate an interfaith collaborative. We have involved ourselves to initiate an interfaith collaboration with Fetzer Grand Hermes Foundation, URI, KAISID, Religions for Peace International, and our Sikh Apex organization, SGPC. Elijah Board of Religious Leaders, supported Parliament of World Religions, European Council of Religious Leaders, Birmingham Faith Leaders, etc. We have involved ourselves in heritage conservation work in Kenya, UK, and India. We have collaborated with guiding institutions, i.e. universities and others, and won accolades from them for peace building and faith propagation. We have supported UN's sustainable goals, etc. The following our Sikh guiding principles: believe in God, practice what you preach, be genuine, shun hypocrisy, work from whole to part, have an overarching view of life, be visionary, analyze where have you come from, where will you ultimately end up, and what is the real purpose of life here. Be humble, respect all faiths and none, do good for even the wicked as well. Bure da pala karo, Whole of humanity is one global family. Sab mein jot jot hai soye, tiste chanan, sab mein chanan hoye. Be a saint soldier, stand up against injustice. Hate the sin, not the sinner. Seek welfare of the sinner as well. Respect the institution of marriage. Strengthen it. Have unwavering faith in the Gurus and Guru Granth Sahib Ji, our scripture. Accumulate spiritual capital through prayer, service, and singing God's praises. Do not ridicule and backbite. Shun the 5 vices: lust, revenge, greed, virtual attachment, and arrogance, or ego, which stands for edging God out. Adopt and exercise the 5 spiritual virtues and values: compassion, truthfulness, contentment, humility, and abundance of love. We have role-modeled exemplary selfless volunteering to earn our late Majesty's Queen's Award, together with our award from the Institute of Volunteering. We lovingly motivate, inspire, and counsel and capacity build individuals to create infrastructure through the Kar Seva methodology. This could be infrastructure for places of worship, i.e. gurudwaras, or places of residences, or conference facilities. The same methodology has been used to enlarge and extend a community cooperative, a civic center, and so on. We are engaged in intra and interfaith goodwill collaborations and cooperation to bring about harmony and peace amongst the religions. We have been working on this for 24 years now. We interface with both the central and the local government. Our financing is mostly based on voluntary donations. We have a community cooperative civic center, nursery, health care center at arm's length to the large Gurudwara. We have physically regenerated the inner city area of Birmingham with some £60 million over 47 years. The organization I lead is a faith-based organization. We have assisted in the formulation of 24 spiritual and moral dispositions for religious education within the new context, whereby we should learn from faith as opposed to learning about faith. We have supported postdoctoral research in religion, civil society, and the UN, prepared a peace charter for forgiveness and reconciliation. We are working on a proposed museum of world religions where values and virtues will be distilled from different faiths for inspiring and motivating children and adults to become good human beings. We are working closely with the University of Birmingham to locate the museum within their campus. We are running 5 Nishkam schools and 3 nurseries, teaching Sikh ethos, multi-faith, value-led education. We have supported Religions for Peace building at university level over 11 years, and have also supported 6 lectureships at the same time. A Guru Nanak chair has been set up at the University of Birmingham by the Indian government, which will be funded by them for the next 5 years. After that, it will be for perpetuity. It is our community's collaboration with this funding institution which, in a way, led to this. Leadership is crucial. Faith leaders need to see one divine light in all. They have to ensure equal freedom and dignity of all, rid themselves of arrogance, respect human fraternity as one family. World's faiths have an important role to nurture good human beings. Nurturing occurs through instilling values and virtues in them, education and good role modeling. Good human beings are inspired and empowered through exercise of compassion, mercy, forgiveness, truthfulness, selflessness, humility, and most of all, abundance of love. Good human beings will be good citizens. However, citizens without values may not be good citizens, may not be good human beings. Our scripture, the eternal Guru Granth Sahib Ji, advises us as humans to have purity of thought, action and deed. They have to consider responsibilities as a precursor to rights. Religious leaders will foster peaceful and inclusive, just societies if they genuinely practice their religion day in and day out with unwavering commitment. They must, however, just work within the interfaith before venturing into interfaith. No religious leader should promote hate speech and incitement to violence. They would be hypocrites if they do so. No religion allows this. The core essence of religion, peace building within oneself, is peace building within oneself. One has to fight and win, first and foremost, internal battles in the mind between vices and values and virtues. Broadly speaking, within the Sikh Dharma, the 5 vices are lust, revenge, greed, worldly attachment, and arrogance. And the 5 virtues are compassion, truthfulness, contentment, humility, and love. To nullify and neutralize the vices, one is advised to engage in unbroken, sustained prayer and praising of God. Harboring superiority above others, coupled with poisonous arrogance, can lead to belittling, mocking, and ridicule of others, which is no less than a spiritual sin, which robs the believer of his or her spiritual wealth, respect, peace, and the sanctity of the human life. And these are the essential ingredients of all religious teachings. Your consciousness must challenge arrogance, revenge, intolerance, greed, and selfishness. Added to this is the abuse of religious power. Conflicts occur when we violate someone's dignity, destroying their self-esteem and self-respect. Every human act has its origin in the mind, which has the capacity to be one's best friend or worst enemy. Or it can be the sight of the hidden enemy which propels one towards greed, cruelty, selfishness, hate, and even condemnation of others. Or it can be the nucleus of divine power with almost an infinite capacity for goodness, capable of self-analysis, self-regulation, and accountability, a place to handle inner peace, which when collectively leads to peace in mind, the family, community, and society at large. Loving, protecting, and serving God's creation is loving and serving God. Thank you.
Please welcome the Executive Director of the Parliament of the World's Religions, Reverend Stephen Avino.
So, how's everyone's week going? That's a good response. Just want to say that this is the community plenary, and I want to speak a little bit about my own community. I'm a Chicagoan from birth, and a lot of the good things that have happened this week have come from this city. Who went to the parade on Sunday? It was pretty amazing. And what I saw in that parade reflects the city that I know. It's not the city that the media portrays, but it's the city that loves diversity and loves its people, and I was honored to be a part of it. I want to thank all the communities who came out for that parade to exemplify the diversity of this city, including the communities who put together our faith rooms and our sacred space tours, which happened yesterday and the day before. Thank you. There are a lot of people to thank, and I will be doing that tomorrow during our closing plenary at 3 p.m. And I also want to remind you that tonight we have our sacred music concert at 7 p.m. You should be here. It's going to be amazing. But right now, I'm here to thank our distinguished Circle of Patrons. The Circle of Patrons is a group of generous supporters and interfaith leaders who wish to help ensure the strength and sustainability of the Parliament's vision of interfaith understanding and partnership, working to bring into a world of peace, justice, and care for the earth. We offer our deepest gratitude and appreciation to these greatly valued patrons for their important support. So these are the members of the Circle of Patrons for the year 2023. Blau Karis, who's our consistent supporter over the years, with a legacy that in his family dates back all the way to 1893. The Buddhist Tzu Chi Foundation, founded by Dharma Master Chang Yen. The Charter for Compassion. Circle of Friends for VRG Vision. The Fetzer Institute. The Guru Nanak Nishkam Sewak Jatha. The Muhammad Alexander Webb Circle of Friends. The Rafet and Zoreen Ansari Institute for Global Engagement with Religion. Steve and Jessica Sarowitz. The Wayfarer Foundation. Wei Chin Cheng Zhao Sagely Teachings of the Heart. We could not do this without you, and thank you. If you or your organization would like to join this honorable circle, please reach out to emma@powr.org, or I'm running around here, tap me on the shoulder, pull me aside, and we'll talk about it. Now on to another topic, a little more heavy. People are dying in our host country this year because of the complete failure of our political leadership to answer the call to conscience. And it's out of nothing but greed. This isn't a political issue or a left-right issue. It is the issue where money and the unholy worship of guns are being selected as more important than human lives. The scripture of my tradition says, "Those who hate bribes prolong their days." And I call upon our national leaders to turn away the bribes and take action, because while I've seen firsthand the power of prayer, prayers must be manifested in action. Thoughts and prayers are not enough right now. Today, the Parliament wants to honor the victims of such violence and also those who have departed us, who we miss very dearly. Thank you.
Please welcome Taoist dancers and Taoist priest from Taiwan, Shu-Ming.
开江陵厝，三天将乾坤，现身叮当，彼此交流，看拍写开路车。从事电把起，开始好歌又到从前，留下了年少脚前，安风林间，代替顺手。出军，千万从事电把起，开始好歌又到从前，丢下了年少脚前，安风林间，代替顺手。出军。
Please welcome member of the United Nations General Secretary's High-Level Advisory Board on Multilateralism, Azza Karam.
Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you, one and all. I have a great privilege of being with you here today. Regardless of what has been said, and it has been beautiful, I think it's absolutely terrible that I had to come in after that gorgeous appearance. So please join me in one more round of applause for those beautiful dances. Thank you. We're talking about defending human rights. We're talking about defending values. We're talking about defending democracy. You've heard incredible words of wisdom over the last few days already. They have been beautiful. They have been powerful. They are all true. What I intend to do is no longer sing and dance, but I want us to think a little bit about accountability. At the end of the day, we all know, as we heard from the many other brilliant speakers, that ultimately whatever happens actually is mandated by the divine. But it is in our hands. We were created to do. We were created to serve. We were created to love. We are created to defend that which is right. But at the end of the day, perhaps, just perhaps, we may be better at pointing fingers, at labeling, at walking away, or at simply being silent. When in fact, this is the time to speak truth to power. This is the time to defend that which is right. And not to do so alone, and not to do so for one sector or one person or one issue or one country or one religion only, but to do so together. I am a believer in the divine, but the divine is waiting for us to do something too. How often have we heard, how can God allow this to happen? Well, gee, how can we allow it to happen? We have heard and suffered and continue to the abuse of fake news. We are writing theses and chapters and putting up associations and networks about fake news. But you know, fake news is possible because many of us stay silent. Fake news makes an impact because many of us won't take action. Because you see, defending democracy, defending human rights, isn't simply about having laws in place. If it were that simple, we would have had democracy and human rights all our lives. Defending what we believe in to be the common good, which we all know what it is. It's no rocket science. We all know what it is. But defending what we believe to be the common good has a price. It takes a toll. We can pray and we must pray together. But we must also realize that it is up to us to perhaps pay a price. That determination is courage. To go that extra mile even when it hurts, and even when we may lose, and even when we lose. That determination is called courage, and that courage is the divine within us. And it is an obligation, not an option. If we don't defend, and sometimes at great cost, then we cannot love. Because love is about paying a cost too. And unless we can defend and be courageous together, nothing will change. And if everything that's happening around us now is not sufficient for that moral call to courage, then honestly, I do not know what it will take. Let's be committed to love, which means that we have to be committed to pay the price. Defense is not easy, but we tell governments to reduce their defense spending on their militaries and their police and all the structures of law enforcement. We tell them they must reduce the spending, but are we increasing the spending of our moral courage? Are we holding ourselves accountable to that which must happen, which is right here? And you may hate me. You may feel very uncomfortable about what I say. And that is okay. But don't label me. Don't marginalize me as you claim to love. And remember, we marginalize one another every second of every day so easily. And sometimes we marginalize those we love most. But it is time to enact the divine commandment to be people of courage, to speak out against injustice, to speak for truth, and to do so when it is the most difficult thing to do. That is defending democracy. Thank you.
Please welcome retired judge of the Supreme Court of India and Parsi Zoroastrian priest, Rohinton Nariman.
Fellow seekers after the truth who have come from all over the globe, good morning. I am going to speak to you about an aspect of human rights which is not usually touched upon, namely about how prisoners continue to retain some of their human rights and as to what should be done to rehabilitate them. Now, the story of human rights is really inextricably bound up with the struggle against human wrongs. We have been governed by monarchies for the last thousands of years. And barring emperors like Cyrus the Great of Persia, who not only went out of his way to liberate peoples who were enslaved, but also did the affirmative thing of rebuilding their temple or providing funds to rebuild the second temple that was destroyed in Jerusalem. Most monarchs have been absolute rulers, and we as human beings have been subjugated to terrible things. Now, I find that in the last couple of centuries, we have had these colonies of both Asia and Africa, and they've shed their yoke only in the last century. And with their shedding their yoke, human rights have come into focus again in constitutional democracies which now follow the rule of law. It took millions of lives in 2 world wars for the UN ultimately to come out with a declaration of human rights, which was done only in 1948. And 3 of them are important from my point of view today. One of them is how courts, that is number 8, are instrumental in enforcing these rights, because otherwise they are meaningless. The other is number 5, where you do not have cruel and inhuman punishments imposed. And then, most important, the presumption of innocence, number 11, before you are proven guilty. It took our courts and the courts in this country many years before they recognized that prisoners have human rights, even within prison cells. This country stated in 1974 that there is no iron curtain between the Constitution and their rights. We did pretty much the same in India as well, but this was in the 1970s. And it took till 1990 for the UN to come out with an important declaration as to prisoners' rights. Now, this declaration again has 3 extremely important articles, and it's the last article on which I will dwell. The first is that when a prisoner enters a cell, he does not shed human rights. He continues to have every other right, short of the right of movement, for which he is incarcerated. So the right to practice religion, the right not to be discriminated against, the right to life, liberty, property, all remain with the prisoner. Also, the other 2 articles make it clear that once a prisoner is out of jail, it's important that he be rehabilitated. Now, vocational guidance, etc., is good. And that is Article 8. But it's Article 10 that is the focus of today's short talk, which is a general rehabilitation so that he does not continue with criminal activity after he leaves jail. Now, the first important realization is that a prisoner requires a spiritual awakening. If there is no spiritual awakening, then he is going to do exactly what he did earlier and maybe worse after he leaves jail. And I can't think of a better method of spiritual awakening than to follow the lead given by the father of my great nation, India, Mahatma Gandhi. And the lead given by this great leader was the holding of prayer meetings every day. And at those prayer meetings, what was read was from different scriptures, so that a feeling of fraternity came among everybody. And everybody realized that everybody else's faith was as valid as his own. Now imagine if in jail you were first to read from the Old Testament, and let's say from the Psalms of King David, and prisoners were to be told that they will lift up thine eyes unto the hills from whence cometh their help, and that their help cometh from God. Or that the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Very important, because he provides everything. He maketh me to lie down before green pastures, he provided me with before the still waters, etc., etc. Imagine being told about the Sermon on the Mount, and that the meek and not the violent shall inherit the earth. Most important, that you turn the other cheek when violence is meted out to you, which is nothing but the basic principle of the great giant faith, ahimsa, which has been taught to mankind for thousands of years, much before Christ lived. Imagine being told, for example, about the Four Noble Truths of the Buddha. It will strike an immediate bell with any prisoner that suffering is something which exists, and in order to get rid of suffering, what one must do is to channel desire, not to curb it or close it completely. And that you do by following the Great Eightfold Path. Imagine being told about the great Sikh faith and our Sikh brethren who have been giving us lunch every day in this parliament. The actual practical demonstration of love for a fellow human being in their two great things, langar and karaseva, where whether you happen to be the richest and most powerful or the most poor and small person, all of you will stand to serve humanity. Imagine also that you would be told about the great truths of the Bhagavad Gita from the Hindu religion. Namely, that you are all bound in the coils of action. You cannot get away from action. So what you must do is to renounce the fruits of action. Imagine then being told about the great truths from the Holy Quran, that God is the God of justice, but he is also merciful. He is also compassionate. Imagine being told about the great truths from my religion, the Zoroastrian religion. The simple but profound holy triad: good thoughts, good words, good deeds. And this comes in a verse of the Gathas, which Zarathustra himself sang, stating that he was instructed about this after he actually saw God with his mind's eye. Now this, and let us say the wisdom literature of the Confucians, the Laozians, we've had them also represented in this parliament. Confucius would often say that it is important to abandon your frailties, and very important to realize that if you see right and you do not do it, you lack courage. Lao Tzu, for example, also said that it's important not to be violent in life. It's important to be passive, to accept what nature doles out to you, so that you may live peaceably with other human beings. I have a particular favorite, which is from the sayings of one of our very great chief priests who lived about 1700 years ago, a man called Adarbad Maraspan. And he said things which will ring in prisoners' ears and indeed in everybody's ears. He said, for example, that what is courage unless it is accompanied with wisdom? Very important. Because even a terrorist is a courageous person. But he's not a wise person because he doesn't realize that he can achieve the same means by non-violent ends. So to repeat, courage must always be accompanied by wisdom. Second, intelligence by vision. Now, there's no point being intelligent and using it in a perverted fashion for which you have got into jail. You must have the vision to realize that you will be in jail and that you shouldn't do it for that reason, but also that you should do something good because it's intrinsically important to do something good in itself. Then you also have the beautiful saying that there isn't much point in having a good thought unless it actually transmutes itself into a good deed, because the good thought is only one way. It is something that you think of. But it's the good deed that benefits both of you, both the doer as well as the giver. And finally, how it is extremely important when you are wealthy to be generous. Now, I would only pray that Mahatma Gandhi's vision and Mahatma Gandhi's spirit would enter every single prison wall all over the world, so as to create a spiritual awakening in each prisoner. Because each prisoner is in prison because his spirit has been left untouched. And it is in jail that this great spiritual awakening can take place if we follow the Gandhi method. And if we do so, we will all look forward to a better tomorrow. Thank you all very much.
Please welcome transformative leader and change maker, Ainania Ayodele.
Good morning. Good morning. Great morning. Will you share a couple of breaths with me? Yeah? Take a nice, deep, gentle inhale for me. And another breath. And one more cycle of that inhale and exhale just because we can. Highest honor to Elodumare, the creator of heavens and earth. Elodumare, creator, all the names that we call God. I am your daughter, Ainania Ayodele Ajwa Ifayemi, and I'm here with your children from across the world at this Parliament of World's Religion. Surround us today with your love. We give thanks for the four directions, for the energies of the South, the West, the North, and the East. Thank you, Mother Earth, and the mothers of the water for continuing to sustain us in spite of centuries of dishonor to you. We're grateful to the sea animals and the two-legged animals and the four-legged animals and the crawling beings and the water beings and the earth beings and the sky beings. We're grateful to Father Sky. Thank you. Deep appreciation to humankind and for the many opportunities that we have to evolve and be better and better and better and better in each moment. For all the natural elements of the earth, I say, Adope Popo, Asante Sana, thank you. Eladumariye, I offer prayers today during this Emancipation Month for people of African descent by pouring libation and thanksgiving. I pour libation for the over 12.5 million Africans who were captured and taken from our land and our practices taken from us. I pour libation for the 2 million who didn't survive the crossing of the Middle Passage. I pour libation for the 10.2 million who were sold into the Americas and the 333,000, just an estimate, that settled in North America. And so I pour libation. I invite you to call the names of your ancestors so we can invite their presence and their spirit into this room and for the rest of the Parliament. Thank you. And ancestors, if we haven't called your name, it's not because we dishonor you, but your name may not be present on our lips at this time. Know that we honor you. Divine Spirit, rain down in our communities as we take committed actions for freedom and human rights. May our minds and our hearts and our bodies and our emotions remember our natural selves as we have been taught by our ancestors, by traditional practices such as Ifa. May we remember to honor our spirits, honor the ancestors, honor children, honor our elders before all things. May we embrace community as a central place of belonging. May we make choices for ours, not mine. May we call for the ancestral rituals for united success, because we know that rituals guarantee success. May we care for our temporal and spiritual capacities for inner alignment. Bring to our remembering our purpose. For each of us has come to this planet with a specific path, and that path helps us to steward natural elements. So give us the wisdom, give us the strength to take care of this planet as we take care of ourselves. Spirits of our ancestors, help us for consistent and vigilant actions for change. Imbue us today with overflowing joy and happiness, because you told us it is our birthright. Bless us this day in all of our actions, in all of our work. May we love each other in our differences. May we love each other in our missteps. May we love each other in our choices and honor each other's journey. May we love always and in all ways ourselves so we can love each other. And so it is. It is so. Ashe, Amen, and Amen.
Please welcome Executive Director at United Religions Initiative, Jerry White.
Greetings and thank you, Anania, and thank you for the breathwork, and thank you for the interfaith community, and thank you for friends and co-conspirators in faith and spirit. I think actually our work here as interfaith and interspiritual people can be dangerous, as we've been hearing. In my case, when I was 20 years old, I went on a spiritual pilgrimage, an Abrahamic pilgrimage to the Holy Land, and I ended up stepping on a landmine, and I lost my leg in that explosion. When I was young, and I didn't understand why there were landmines, tens of millions of them buried around the world. So later, I went all around the world and studied for about 10 years how to recover from trauma in war zones, and what does it mean to build resilience as an individual and as a community. And after studying in 20 different countries and 10,000 different war-traumatized survivors, there were three main things to summarize that came up. In the resilience literature, and whatever your favorite word is, well-being or flourishing, the science and the research bear out that there are three main requirements or categories. Number one, connection. No one survives alone. We need each other. Number two, security. Without basic psychological and physical safety, we're constantly under threat, can't thrive. Number three, maybe a funnier word, they call stimulation, creativity, aligning with nature, song, dance, culture. So we here at the Parliament have that. We have connection, we have security, and we have co-creation and cultures. That's wonderful. So this feels like a flourishing week together and an honor to participate. What I want to remind us, though, is how precious it is. In other countries around the world, in authoritarian regimes, and actually increasingly many places, these booths out here and all of us could be put in jail for doing this. Our booths would be burned down. People would die. I'm not trying to be depressive. I'm trying to say there's a shadow in the reality of the danger of being an interfaith pilgrim on a journey in the world today. So, for example, do you think the Uyghurs could be here if we were hosting in China? Do you think Baha'i and atheists could convene something in Jordan or Iran? Do you think the Yazidis, our brothers and sisters in Iraq, could pull off a parliament there in Nineveh province? The Rohingya, even without citizenship, do you think they can come? Coptics, the list goes on and on about the attack on religious minorities, the basic violation of their human rights. And what we face today is this threat that I call religicide. And if spirituality and our diverse religions are destroyed through the murder of religions and spirituality, we will not be able to address the other three existential threats facing us today. Number one, war and nuclear annihilation. Number two, climate annihilation. Number three, youth annihilation. The alarming rising rates of suicide, addiction, overdose, depression, anxiety among our young people, shocking. And how many of you heard maybe this question or comment coming out of your children or your grandchildren or nieces and nephews, friends, young people saying, I don't think it's responsible to bring children into the world today. Well, that doesn't bode well for our species. Annihilation. So we have to get back to our connection, get back to providing security, and get back to co-creation. The world needs interfaith resilience and our movement and interspirituality more than ever to address these things. And that's the reason why I personally and professionally committed my life as the new executive director of United Religions Initiative, URI. And I've been doing this job for a year. Why? At first, I thought interfaith might be a little too fluffy and talking about rainbows and beauty and affirmations. And was it dealing with the shadow? But at URI, I think the recipe has the three ingredients for resilience. Number one, connection. We build community and interfaith cooperation circles all around the world. All you need is 3 different faiths, 7 different people, stir up in a circle, and voila, work on a problem in your backyard, in the local community. Connection, local, community, boom. Daily interfaith cooperation is what we call it. Number 2, end religiously motivated violence. Boom, religicide. The good news is the science of violence says that if we treat violence as an epidemic because it's contagious, and take a health approach, not a moralizing approach, to detect and contain and prevent the spread of this disease, the epidemic of violence in the world, we will do much better. We can save together millions of lives by combining spirituality and science on the ground where violence takes place. And number 3, a little bigger in the third part of our mission statement, creating cultures of peace, justice, and healing for the earth and all living beings. So eco-healing, to prevent climate annihilation, we need to co-create as interfaith, interspiritual beings alive and go dance and go play and go sing. So the recipe, I believe, is about building community resilience for moving from victimhood, all the bad headlines and sadnesses around the world that are real, 20 million people around the world facing right now threat of destruction and religicide. But moving from victimhood to survivorship, where we all learn to live positively, dynamically, interspiritually in the face of death, disease, disaster. So I just want to close by saying there's hope. Let's go out and let's actually connect with each other and others. Let's protect each other, ourselves, and others. And let's co-create an interfaith movement around the world that the world needs more than ever before. Thank you so much.
Please welcome third-degree elder in Gardnerian Wicca, Gusty Zarega.
Is the sound good? All right. Thank you. My name is Gus Dezerega. I am a Wiccan priest, a member of the Earth Religions as a group, and I'm going to talk about the rise of fascist authoritarianism and what that implies for all of us. This rise encourages ambitious and ruthless people to seek fault lines in their societies where they can insert wedges, setting citizens against one another and using the resulting distrust to seek power over others. This pattern is not just American, it is worldwide. One of the wedges that most attracts these people is religion. Our religions are among our most important personal commitments. Their superficial characteristics can differ enormously, even when at their deepest levels they are compatible. By focusing on the visible differences and ignoring the deeper similarities, the ruthless can cultivate society-wide divisions. Sometimes these wedges exist between different traditions. Other times they exist within a tradition. In all cases, minorities are most at risk because those seeking power try to weaponize the majority into assisting their quest for domination. A quest usually best accomplished by targeting minorities with different practices. It is easy to think the worst about those unlike ourselves. I stand here today as a representative of one of the Earth religions. We regard the Earth as sacred. Its cycles teach us lessons in life itself. Its other than human inhabitants are fellow voyagers on the adventure of life. Any particular community within this group is a small part of Earth religions as a whole, for each of us honors the sacred as it manifests within our land, be it a rainforest, high in the mountains, along a coast. Because of our focus on the sacredness of where we dwell, whether from time immemorial or seeking to revive the spiritual insights of old Scandinavia or England or Greece, our rituals and practices will differ as our homes differ. By honoring our own place, together we honor the Earth as a whole. We Wiccans are a kind of spiritual subspecies within the large community of Earth religions. As such, we find deep and profound meaning in the festivals we conduct over the seasons of the year, celebrating what we call the Wheel of Life. This wheel does not fit what people experience within a Borneo rainforest or northern taiga. Our underlying focus is still remarkably similar, like the common principles sustaining different ecologies. In our enormous variety, focus on place rather than text, and seemingly small size, we differ from the wider spiritual traditions that from a distance appear as a kind of spiritual monoculture. We are easily described by those seeking conflict as strange and perverse. All of us are a part of humanity's greater spiritual adventure, honoring sacred immanence and transcendence, the sacred feminine and the sacred masculine, the love those with whom we live, and love for humanity as a whole and for the Earth. Sadly, like every religious tradition, the Earth religions are not immune to the abuses of those seeking dominion. In the first part of the 20th century, there was an energetic German revival of pre-Christian indigenous practices. Some were used by Nazis to turn many Germans against Jews as alien. We see a similar effort today with some heathen groups seeking to turn people against non-Aryan people in their society. Once in power, the Nazis crushed them as well. The same would happen here. But these successes are not unique to earth religions. Even more homogeneous religions evidence many different approaches, and this variety encourages the same efforts at division and dominion. We see a pattern at work among theocratic American evangelicals, among the Russian Orthodox, whose leaders seek to destroy other Orthodox churches, authoritarian Hindu groups seeking to destroy indigenous practices, long predating even their ancient tradition, and elsewhere. Depending on differences in power, a tradition who oppresses where they dominate is oppressed where they are a minority. All these examples and more serve the ultimate benefit not of spirit, but of domination. Division is what fascists seek. First between groups, then within groups, and ultimately even within themselves. Hence their breathtaking hypocrisy. The more the divisions, the greater attraction of wielding power over those who differ. For this power, what dominates, what matters is the energy arising from exercising domination. The superficial garb it wears, Christian, heathen, Hindu, Muslim, Buddhist, or whatever it might be, is secondary, valued only when it serves as a vehicle for exercising domination and cast aside when convenient. There is no deeper logic uniting these attempts. An African practitioner of earth religion, Malidoma Some, puts this point well, writing, quote, "Power shrinks the person who brought it into the open and turns that person into a servant. The only way that overt power can remain visible is by being fed, and he who knows how to make power visible ends up trapped into keeping that power visible." We see that in politics in this country every day. Keeping to an earth religion perspective, domination is a kind of spiritual parasite, a powerful psychic thought form, gaining strength from the hosts it infects. Like the parasite that infects the brain of an ant, so it becomes a robot serving its master to its own harm. Domination clothes itself in the body of its host while it hollows itself out from within. This is what makes gatherings such as ours so important. Many of our traditions have been victims of domination in different places. The earth religions, perhaps most of all. Each of us loves our traditions while seeking here in Chicago to learn from and appreciate other expressions of the greater spiritual ecology encompassing us all. In doing so, we immunize ourselves against the poisons of mistrust and division that seek to dominate the world by turning many well-meaning people violently against other well-meaning people. Thank you very much.
I'm Mike Gallagher, and I represent Wisconsin's great 8th District in Congress, where I chair the Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party. Thank you to the Parliament of World Religions for inviting me to speak. I'm sorry I couldn't be there to join you in person, but I wanted to share some insights from our work on the faithful who are in crisis inside China. The Chinese Communist Party is rewriting the Bible. You see, in the Gospel of St. John, Jesus famously defends a woman caught committing adultery against her accusers, saying, "Let he among you without sin cast the first stone." The chastened accusers then slink away, and Jesus says to the woman, "Has no one condemned you? Then neither do I condemn you. Go forth and sin no more." It's a beautiful story of forgiveness and mercy. Unless, of course, you're a CCP official. Then it's a story of a dissident challenging the authority of the state. A possible sneak preview of what a Bible with socialist characteristics might look like appeared in a Chinese university textbook in 2020. The rewritten Gospel of John excerpt ends not with mercy, but with Jesus himself stoning the adulterous woman to death. Across Henan province, local CCP officials forced Protestant churches to replace the Ten Commandments with Xi Jinping quotes like "Thou shalt have no other gods before me," became diktats like "resolutely guard against the infiltration of Western ideology." At the 19th Party Congress, Chairman Xi declared, "We will insist on the sinicization of Chinese religions and provide active guidance for religion and socialism to coexist." Let me translate. Xi Jinping has no problem with the first commandment, just so long as he and the CCP are playing the role of God. Only 5 faiths are recognized in China. Less established faiths face even more intense persecution. The Falun Gong remains an unfamiliar spiritual practice to many outside China, but the State Department estimated that at times half of the population of China's re-education through labor camps or modern gulags were Falun Gong adherents, and thousands were reportedly tortured to death. But it's in Tibet and Xinjiang that we see the CCP's unsanitized, brutal attitude towards religion. While other faiths are persecuted throughout China, Buddhists and Muslims in the far west of the country are facing, quite simply, the attempted annihilation of their faith, and in some cases, their population. The CCP is committing genocide, the crimes above all crimes, in Xinjiang. The CCP is also perpetrating a slow-motion cultural genocide, targeting the ethno-religious minority groups like the Uyghurs, Tibetans, Southern Mongolians, Kyrgyz, and others. Buddhist statues are bulldozed, monasteries are gutted, mosques are destroyed. Children are forcibly separated from families and packed off to colonial boarding schools, where religion and native languages are often forbidden. Yet even under intense persecution, faith persists throughout China. Through my work in Congress, I've heard unthinkable stories of religious persecution, but I've also listened to accounts of underground churches, brave clergy, and steadfast believers every bit as courageous as saints of the early church. In an interview with The Guardian, the pastor of one Chinese church stated, "In this war, in Xinjiang, in Shanghai, in Beijing, in Chengdu, the rulers have chosen an enemy that can never be imprisoned, the soul of man." The pastor ended with an assessment that we must make come true. The PRC rulers are doomed to lose. Thank you.
Please welcome founder and director of the Elijah Interfaith Institute in Jerusalem, Rabbi Alan Goshen-Gottstein.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here, something one can't take for granted. It's about community. It's about a story. It's about a story that's been going on for 25 years. And I want to focus on the last part of it and the future of that story, because I'd like to invite all of you and all of your friends to be part of an unfolding story, a story of a community. I'd like to begin the story by showing a clip that will provide us with a context of the movement of Friends Across Faiths, which we are launching here. We came to the Parliament in order to take the notion of friendship that we have been developing now for a number of years amongst premier religious leaders and to turn it into a movement of education, prayer, encounter, and service that I invite all of you to join, and the next 6.56 minutes will be devoted to that. Let's begin with a video.
We are called, as we like to say, to look into one another's eyes in order to see more deeply and in order to recognize the beauty of God in every living human being.
Our advice is to make friends to followers of all religions.
Muy importante porque mi vida religiosa se enriqueció con las explicaciones de él. Se enriqueció muchísimo, ¿no? Y supongo que también algunas mías, ¿no? Bueno.
Fue nuestra vocación religiosa la que propició el que nos encontremos en la vida.
No matter from which side of the mountain you are climbing, we should be helping each other so that we can all get to the same place. So there is need for people to make friends.
وألا نبحث عن أوجه الخلافات التي تختص بكل طائفة عن الأخرى.
Personal contact, personal friendship. Then we can exchange deeper level of experience.
Honor other religions like you do your own.
We need to get together and know one another, just to discover and explore those commonalities.
That starts a process where prejudices go away, where new insights are born, and where basically hope is born.
It's not complicated. I would say to everyone, start with sharing what we all share, which is the pleasure of conversation.
One of the wonderful things about spending time with people completely unlike you is you discover how much you have in common. The same fears, the same hopes, the same concerns.
I think I'll keep it very simple. It's probably time to talk less, listen more.
അങ്ങനെ വിശ്വസൗഹാർദ്ദ ഒരു യാഥാർത്ഥ്യമാകട്ടെ.
Thank you for that. Thank you for screening that. And I'd like to move on to the next steps. And the next steps are what lead to the Friends Across Faiths initiatives. The initial is FAFI. All football, all soccer lovers will know FIFA. We are not FIFA, we are FAFI. So we have FAFI, learn, pray, and serve as the mission. So here's what happened. Following the release before the COVID of this phenomenal statement that had a reach of 200 million, we went ahead to create the Friendship Declaration. Friendship Declaration was developed by 60 leaders from the Elijah Board of World Religious Leaders. We're not going to be able to read it through, but just to show you the scope of it, it's all available on the fafi.global website. Fafi.global, there'll be a QR code at the end. The important thing is that we want religious leaders to sign the Friendship Declaration and to give it greater power. And we want everyone to download resources for learning more and understanding about friendship. And from the initial campaign and from the Friendship Declaration, we seek to create the Friends Across Faiths movement that will provide each and every one of you, religious leaders and members of their communities, with the range of learning opportunities, encounter, online programs, pilgrimage, activities in the community, global chain prayers, opportunities for meeting in small groups, in large groups, in short, taking the notion of friendship and creating a global community based on that. Initially, following this launch, this movement will have two foci. The first focus is on the very notion of friendship. We will be releasing about 40 teachings of videos by religious leaders explaining the value of friendship across religions as a religious value, not just as a social need. The second track that is being run by my partner, Sanmeet Ahuja, a global climatarian, I can't find the word for it, activist for climate who has a vast experience with world-class projects in India and elsewhere, will be a track of working on religion and sustainability and environmental issues. Those two tracks will be launched with content, activity, invitation, and all we are asking for you is something very simple. We would like you to join. We would be grateful if at the end of this particular presentation, you don't clap. The claps are nice. I'd much rather you used your hands for something else. With one hand, hold your phone. With the other hand, scan. Go on the website. Sign as someone who would like to remain in contact, part of that movement, and to receive the information of what a global network of friendship, to learn, pray, serve, and meet, can bring to your life. Share it with others, help us to grow a movement. The Parliament has been very excited at the thought of the FAFI movement growing out of the Parliament. I'm grateful to the Parliament for making it possible. I'm grateful to you for signing up. Please go here, and I look forward to future opportunities to serve, to encounter, to come together. Thank you very much. No claps. Phones out. Scan that QR code, sign up, keep the claps for the FAFI actual work. I clap you. Thank you. Oh, God bless you. Thank you.
Please welcome Virti dancers representing Jainism and JSMC.
Hello everyone. We are here to represent Jainism and Jain Society of Metropolitan Chicago, JSMC. Our group name is Virti. Virti, one who has a special interest in the inheritance of Lord Veer, is called Virti. Liberation from the sins of the world is called Virti. Virti means high interest in spirituality. Virti means to put full stop to anger, arrogance, illusion, and greed, to go towards moksha. Today, 8 super dedicated, fun-loving, spiritual, young JSMC ladies are trying to bring Virtis to all of us by their dance. Let's enjoy our performance and get painted in the color of Virti. Thank you.
आओ हम मिलकर इस रास्ते पे कदम बढ़ाए, ये जैन धर्म के मोती घर घर में बिखराए। सत्य अहिंसा है, समता का पथ है, ये महावीर का शासन है, मिलके गाओ रे। जैनम जयतु शासनम, हो पावन जैन धर्मोस्तु मंगलम। जैनम जयतु शासनम, लहर छाई सुखदाई है घड़ी आई वैराग की लहर छाई तन मन में जीवन में सुर झंकार आई बांसुरियां सारंगियां भरे त्याग रंग हो मन आज हर के गुरुवर हो मन आज हर के गुरुवर हो प्यारो लागे प्रभुवर हो मन आज हर के गुरुवर हो
वीरनो वेश एधरे सत्व सिंहनु धरे मुगते जवानी तैयारी गम वीरति प्यारी शूर साधके बने मन समता मार में सिद्ध थवानी तैयारी गम वीरति प्यारी दुखनो दरियो आ संसार खारो छे जिनवरनी नैयानो आधार छे प्रभु ओणमा रहे घोर कष्ट ने सहे चरणों पास कर रहे आनंदे गम वीरति प्यारी
Please welcome the founding president of the Religious Freedom and Business Foundation, Brian Grimm.
Good morning. Good morning. I want to begin with a question, and not a usual question. How many of you have a daughter or a niece? Raise your hand. Okay. Even if you don't, imagine that your daughter or niece is sitting beside you. She's 15 years old, and you bring her to these conferences all the time. She's been coming with you to these every year, different conferences. And she said, I have to go to the bathroom. So, yeah, and, she's been in and out. This is the third day, so she goes out. But she doesn't come back. And she doesn't come back. And you have this keynote speaker up here, and you really wanted to hear him, but she doesn't come back. So you go out, you look for her, you can't find her, you start talking to security, and nobody's seen her. Well, this was a story that was shared by the vice president of Dell Technologies at our annual conference, the Religious Freedom and Business Foundation's annual conference, Dare to Overcome, a couple years ago. And it was a true story, only it was a father who had been taking his daughter to the Mavericks baseball game in Texas all the time. They had season tickets. And she left to go to the restroom, like she's done many times before, and never came back. She had been kidnapped, trafficked, And when the police came, they said, go back to your hometown and report it there because we think it's probably a runaway. He did what they said. Meanwhile, she ended up in Oklahoma and was being sexually trafficked. The family didn't know what to do. Someone suggested that they reach out to a guy that helps with these things. And he said, send me a picture. And they had no idea what he could do. He ran facial recognition software, and within a couple hours found her on porn sites being trafficked. Eventually, they were able to rescue her after a week. In some ways, that's a happy ending, but not. It's an ending that continues to be tragic for the girl. Well, the vice president of Dell Technologies shared this because they, as a company, had embarked on a mission to combat human trafficking. And let me back up and where that came from. Several years ago, Dell Technologies merged with EMC, another technology company. And at EMC, they had an interfaith employee resource group, company-sponsored, employee-led faith group for people of faith to have a voice in the company. Dell Technologies didn't. Austin-based Dell Technologies, they had a huge Christian Bible study that was unofficial, but they had never become an official part of the diversity groups in the company. Well, when they merged with EMC, the Christians said, you know, we might have more impact if we would bring this interfaith group in and really channel our efforts together with people of all faiths within the company. And they did, and they started Dell Interfaith. And as they met together, they said, what causes should we work on besides celebrating our own uniqueness and being an ally for each other? And human trafficking was on their concern, what was on their minds. So they started a global campaign to combat human trafficking, held it in 36 different countries, worked with a group, faith-based group, A21, Abolitionists for the 21st Century, to combat human trafficking. And in fact, they realized that this wasn't just a concern for people of faith. They approached the head of diversity at Dell and said, we think everybody would be concerned about this. And that was the first pan-diversity, pan-employee resource group initiative ever in the history of Dell Technologies, led because the Christian group combined with the interfaith group, they worked together, and they had people give testimonies. The head of the LGBT group said, often LGBT kids are cast out from their families and they're picked up and trafficked. The head of the disabilities group said, same with disabilities. People with disabilities are often targeted and trafficked. And then the head of the black group got up and she said, when we're trafficked, they treat us as criminals. So this interfaith impact not only resulted in educating Dell's hundreds of thousands of workers around the world on what they can do to combat human trafficking, they raised tens of thousands of dollars for this effort. And then at our conference, when they shared this, other companies, we had American Airlines, Texas Instruments, Ford Motor Company, all raising their hands and saying, we want to do the same. These are the faith groups, the interfaith groups or faith-based groups in the companies. Equinix, a big data storage company, did the same, and they did a global initiative mirroring exactly what Dell did. So the head of Equinix, this data storage company, she said, you know, I never imagined I could have the kind of social impact I can have through my company now that they've opened the doors to faith. She said, I thought I'd have to do it when I retired, but the companies are giving me a platform to have social impact. So, you know, I'm talking about how business and faith, when combined, create strong and resilient communities. But this isn't just happening in a few companies. American Express, American Airlines, PayPal, Dell Technologies, Intuit, all these companies are engaging in this. So at the Religious Freedom Business Foundation, we shine a light on this work and share it. So I want to end with 3 takeaways. First is majority faiths often have more impact when working with other faiths. Second, faith brings concerns that don't fit neatly into other diversity categories, but transcends and empowers all identities. And the last is the next time you Google something, take an American Airlines flight like I'm going to do this afternoon, turn on a Dell computer powered by Intel chips, buy something by American Express or PayPal, or do your taxes on TurboTax, say a prayer for the interfaith groups operating as official company groups in all these companies, affecting millions of people, not only in the United States and around the world. We're having the same kind of movement in the United Kingdom. We have a similar initiative in India. Salesforce, the big customer software company, has their faith force operating globally in their largest chapters in India. So next time you think of these companies, don't just think of the products they have and that they sell, but think of the people in them. Say a prayer for them. Ask God to expand this work, and also pray for the hundreds of companies that haven't yet adopted this faith-friendly approach that empowers people of faith to love their neighbor and make a difference in their communities. Thank you.
Please welcome psychiatrist, analyst, and internationally known speaker and author, Jean Shinoda Bolen.
Hi, everybody. It's quite a week that all of us have been here, and there has been a kind of where we end up and what we hear is not exactly planned. Many of them are accidental, new connections. And there does seem to be a number of women at this meeting. And I think it's very clear that the evolution of humanity and the planet may depend on women and a shift from patriarchy to an egalitarian society. And egalitarian doesn't mean just men and women, because there's a wide gender group. It's about love. It's about who you love and who you trust, and our own experience of having support to be who we were meant to be, and what we believe in, and will we speak up? Well, if we only have, like, the end of this decade for those scientists who have said that the planet is in real trouble the way we are deforesting the planet, and the way that the temperature is going up and up this year as you've experienced it. Well, maybe we can still turn it around, and maybe we won't. I mean, we are actually in a crisis, and my idea of what we are doing here is to speak about evolution or destruction of humanity and our planet. That's really where we are. To evolve. What if we evolved as human beings and moved into the heart chakra area, in which we felt ourselves not superior to all life on this planet, but as part of the life on this planet, because that is the experience of human beings. We came in with the words that we are the dominant quality, but we're among the life on this planet, but we are specifically evolving in certain ways. That what if in this particular time, where the temperature is going up, where there are at least 3 countries with nuclear weapons, that the men in charge could use it in order to maintain that they are in charge and forget it, the rest of the world? Well, we are in a time of enormous potential of growth or risk. And I think often that is very true of individual human beings. My work is as a psychiatrist, as a Jungian analyst, and the sense is often that one comes into therapy in order to evolve and grow into the parts of yourself that you didn't have an opportunity to grow into it. In fact, if you spoke up from the very beginning and you weren't the kid that the family expected you to be, it was squashed and suppressed. But what if there is, on the planet now, among this audience and among the youngsters related to this audience, what if we are human beings who have over who knows how long evolved? What if there are many in this audience that you might think of yourself as old souls, that you have been in previous lives, you have had opportunities to have suffered. Now what? It may be just this life, but it may be previous lives as well. When you run into your young children and you feel like this is not just a kid, this is an old soul who happens to be running around like a kid, but there's some quality of soulfulness that you recognize often as this is a person who probably lived through many other lifetimes. We don't know that. But what if? What if we now have a generation or so of people growing into adulthood and people growing who are adults now and are moving into the next stage? And what if the next stage of evolution of soul into spirit is where there can be the connection between the world of the spirit and soul and us still in our bodies, where we have choice, where we have actions? What if? What if right now, many of you who are older may have retired from whatever you normally do? What are you going to do with the rest of the energy of your life? Now, it may be that during this time of ending this decade, that the end of the decade will be the evolution to the next stage of humanity, when we begin to realize what we began to see for the first time when Edgar Mitchell and the other astronauts went to the moon for the first time. Do you remember seeing Earth from outer space? No national boundaries. This beautiful, beautiful planet in the middle of the sky, of blackness, and the sense of clouds and this lovely place that is planet Earth. Do you remember that? And it's felt at the level of the heart chakra, which is a source of ability that we have from the heart. It's called love. Love is something, the more we give away, the more we have in us. And the more we have given away, the more there is in the world. And essentially, that is the essential energy that we need more of all the time. That we need to give away. We need to love. And any of you who are teachers, therapists, whatever you do, whatever you do in a realm that you love, you're giving energy and you're getting energy back. And somehow to stay with that sense of having love in your heart and being here on this planet now, when humanity is between what is and what can be. So, as a psychiatrist and a Jungian analyst and an optimistic person who senses that whatever is in us that can evolve into our actions makes us become who we came here to be. So may you become who you were meant to be this now, next now, right now. Thank you. Thank you.
Please welcome globally recognized monk from India and founder of the Swami Chidananda Savashram organization, Swami Yadi Dharmananda.
Let's do a prayer. Sadashiva Samarambham Sankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. Om Namo Bhagavate Shivanandaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Chidanandaya. Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah Sarve Santu Niramaya Sarve Bhadrani Pasyantu Ma Kaschit Dukkha Bhag Bhave. Radiant immortal Atman, blessed children of the divine, this humble servant of worshipful Saint Swami Chidananda of Shivananda Ashram, Rishikesh, India, offers you respectful salutations and extends to your noble self his most heartfelt and loving greetings. Through prayers, ancient followers of Sanatana Dharma, that we refer to as Hinduism today, have sought to bring home to mankind the lofty message of unity of existence, the oneness of all life. We have the declaration in the Vedas, duality is the cause of all sorrow. From duality springs fear, great fear. The one without a second, that alone appears as the entire universe. The entire universe that we see is nothing other than the universal reality, and that alone is. If we live in this awareness, we shall feel oneness spontaneously, from which springs real happiness, from which our conscience can become clear, and our viveka, that is discernment, may arise. Let us pray. May we all awaken our conscience, establish ourselves in our viveka, discernment. May we all think and feel the spirit of oneness. May we all talk about the true fundamental oneness of spirit in mankind. May we all propagate this great ideal of oneness through our lives, individually and collectively. May we radiate oneness in thought, word, and deed. May we daily pray that all mankind may soon awaken to the glorious realization of the fundamental unity of mankind in the spirit, in the Atman. Though we may be different in body, in mind, in intellect, in the spirit we are all one and one alone. Ekam Sat, one is truth. May we be established in this awareness and be free. The great intuitive wisdom of ancient Upanishadic seers and sages of transcendental experience has always been a message of oneness and unity. If all creation indeed is the Virat Swarup, the mighty manifest form of the supreme reality, the great reality, these great luminaries are verily the matchless diamonds, peerless gems. And I was lucky to witness such a veritable gem, my Guru Sri Swami Chidananda Maharaj, the humble serene saint of Shivananda Ashram, Rishikesh, India, fondly referred to as the Saint Francis of India. He's one of the greatest interfaith pioneers that the world has seen. Being acknowledged as an authority to speak on Christianity by Pope John Paul II, helping people rebuild a mosque in Orissa, India, he extended his full faith, vision, and support to the Council of Parliament of the World's Religions when it revived itself in 1993. He was one of the 12 honorary presidents of the 1993 convening. His life and teachings are perfectly aligned with the theme of this parliament, and especially relevant at this juncture, where the insensitive blind forces bent on profit and purely selfish means are misleading generations and generations of human society towards chaos. Universal concepts and the right type of education are construed, corrupted, and replaced with education that instills fear, greed, jealousy, and competition, which create differences and spread hatred. Let us make a pledge that we will turn our attention from such wrong examples and turn our gaze towards these authentic ones for inspiration. Let us all take their life and their teaching seriously, and with earnest determination emulate in every detail the lofty examples of their lives. Let us all become the living spirit of Chidananda and radiate onto all parts of the earth, the light of Niskama Karma, motiveless service, bhakti, devotion, sadachar or righteous conduct, dhyana or spiritual meditation, and jnana, wisdom of the self. Let us all pray that from this convening, life-giving waters of knowledge of oneness from the ancient yoga and Vedanta shall stream forth to nourish the coming generations of human society and make fertile the garden of human hearts, so that in them may blossom forth the flowers of goodness, of kindness and compassion, of selflessness and sympathetic service, of noble virtue and simplicity. Let us pray that the Parliament's activities ever strive to inspire, urge, and encourage people everywhere to take to selfless, altruistic activity for common will. Let the Parliament continue to work in fulfillment of its central aim of propagation of the most precious living idealism of oneness and serving the global human family for their ethical enlightenment and moral uplift. I bow down to you, to the divinity that is within you. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you very much.
Please welcome retired professor of religion, philosophy, and Asian studies at St. Olaf College, Dr. António Rambachan.
Namaste and greetings, my dear brothers and sisters. It is a very special honor to speak these few words of reflection with you about the ways in which the Hindu tradition connects with the theme of the 2023 Parliament. I will certainly lift up some central themes of the Hindu tradition, but I also want to do so in a spirit of self-critical reflection. I think it is very easy in a forum like this to speak about our tradition in its ideals and not also speak about our flaws. It is easy to speak of our ideals and of the flawed reality of other traditions. So please allow me also to do so today self-critically. When I think about the Parliament's theme, a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights, I begin with the teaching of the Vedas, the sacred sources of the Hindu tradition, that the sacred infinite is that from which all beings originate, that by which they are sustained, and that to which they all return. The infinite is not a national or a tribal deity, but the source of all life and all existence. Having a single source, all beings, we all belong to one interdependent community. With the richness of diversity, we constitute a single family. But interdependence means also obligations. We often speak of interdependence without emphasizing the ethical and moral obligations of recognizing interdependent existence. The obligations to care for each other. The obligation to be receivers, but also to be givers. Having a common source and existing interdependently are important ways of understanding our unity. But there is another significant insight of the Hindu tradition, which is that the sacred infinite from which we've all come, in which we all exist and to which we all return, exists equally and identically in everyone. The divine presence is not limited by anything: nation, gender, religion, sex, or age. Nothing exists outside of God, and nothing exists but for the fact that it receives its sustenance from God. The truth of divinity abiding in all hearts is the most fundamental source of human dignity, intrinsic dignity, the equal worth of every being. So the worth of the human being is not derived from the state. It is not reducible to economic or political considerations. It is our theological antibody to the instrumentalization of human beings and the denial of their personhood. We cannot claim to acknowledge and to honor God while dishonoring and demeaning each other. We cannot give support to any historical structure that oppresses, exploits, impedes the ability of human beings to flourish and to joyfully celebrate their existence. Divine inclusivity is indeed the source of human dignity, but this truth invites us to an even deeper way of seeing human beings. It summons us to encounter each other with reverence. The logic of the teaching that the divine exists intimately in each of us presents us with an awe-filled recognition that every human encounter is, in fact, an encounter with God. For good historical reasons, our contemporary discourse about rights, human freedom, is dominated by the language of human rights. The contribution of this language is important. It must not be underestimated. But such language has its limits. It legally binds us to tolerance. It does not arouse delight in our differences, nor does it inspire relationships that flow from an awakening to the sacred divine in each of us. But profound religious teachings about human dignity and equality become irrelevant if not applied to social reality. And if these teachings do not inspire us to commitment and to efforts to overcome structures of injustice and oppression within our own communities. Our understanding of human nature requires diligence and discernment in identifying such systems. To see patriarchy, to see women as inferior to men, to prefer the boy child over the girl child, to mistreat the elderly, to ascribe unequal worth and to demean people on the basis of birth, to discriminate and to practice violence against gay people are all fundamental contradictions to our deepest teachings. To become advocates for freedom and human rights, we must bridge the gulf between the spiritual and the social. Equality in the spiritual sphere is not enough. It must be manifested in social reality. Let me also end on a self-critical note. We must be vigilant about ideologies within our own traditions that advocate narrow loyalties and identities, that set groups against each other, and which support the rights only of those who share our identities. Today, the ideology of Hindu nationalism champions a definition of national identity that privileges a Hindu identity and marginalizes those who are not included, especially Muslims and the Christians. In our call to conscience and in defense of human freedom and rights, we must denounce all such ideologies, or we are not faithful to our traditions. We must denounce those ideologies that wields the power of the state as an instrument for marginalizing others and commends benefits to those of a single religious identity. We must become the champions, eloquent champions of an inclusive and pluralistic vision that allows different groups in our communities to flourish, to be safe, and to enjoy equal rights. May all beings be happy is a very famous prayer, ancient prayer of the Hindu tradition. But this must not only be a prayer, it must become a vision for social justice and for the equal rights of all human beings. Thank you.
Please welcome from Roots, the Palestinian-Israeli grassroots initiative for understanding, nonviolence, and transformation, Rabbi Hanan Schlesinger, Khaled Abu Awad, and Khalil Saheg.
I come from the Holy Land, but life on the ground is anything but holy. Jews and Palestinians live in geographical proximity, but actually in separate worlds. There is very little connection or interaction between Jews and Palestinians. Between the two sides, one finds ignorance and prejudice, resentment, fear, and hostility. Furthermore, Jews have all the power, and Palestinians suffer from deep institutional neglect and discrimination. People are dying every day because of these conditions. For 33 years, I had lived my life there in the Holy Land, but I'd never had real contact with a Palestinian. For me, they were like the gray, drab scenery that passes in the background of the movie, my movie, but they're not part of the plot. They were transparent, or I was blind. I lived as if my story, my Jewish story, was the only story in the land. There was no other story nor other people. Today I know better. After 9.5 years of deep and difficult, painful and productive, challenging and cathartic interactions with my Palestinian neighbors, I know that there are two peoples, two stories in the Holy Land. And to live your life as if there is only one story is to mistake part of the truth for the whole truth. And to do that is very close to falsehood, and I don't want to be there any longer. After about 9.5 years ago, I helped to found Roots, the Israeli-Palestinian grassroots initiative for understanding nonviolence and transformation. Roots created something almost unheard of, a joint Palestinian-Jewish community center, where local people from the two sides come together almost every day for social, educational, and religious activities. These include photography workshops, music workshops, trauma therapy, interfaith dialogue and study, Jewish and Muslim religious celebrations, playback theater, learning the other's culture, religion, lifestyle, women's group, children's group, youth groups, summer camps, political discussions, etc. We also focus on community activism, trying to make Palestinian lives better on the ground by focusing on legal issues, freedom of movement, sewage, building rights, etc. 90% of the thousands of Israeli Jews and Palestinians who come to our programs have never, ever met the other side. They come with their anger and their fear, with their prejudice and traumas from lives lived in the shadow of violence and attacks. The first thing that happens in our programs is humanization of the other. He or she turns out not to be the demon that we imagined. We discover a human being on the other side. We are surprised that they're human, and we're often embarrassed that we're surprised, but we're still surprised. Humanization is difficult. At the beginning, cognitive dissonance is created, and then unsettling empathy. The process begins almost immediately, but it takes a long, long time to sink in. But that is not the end of it. There's a second level, which is the recognition of the national identity of the other side. Israeli Jews and Palestinians, by and large, construct their identities upon the erasure of the other side's identity. Both sides think they can tell the other side who they are. The Israeli Jews say there's no such thing as Palestinians. There never was a Palestinian state. You're just an Arab, so go back to Saudi Arabia where you came from. And the Palestinians say that the Quran greatly respects Judaism, but it's a religion, it's a faith, it's not a people, so go back to Eastern Europe where you came from. But after you listen to the other side tell their stories week after week and month after month, you begin to realize that you know nothing of who they are. You have to listen, and it's so hard to listen and let them tell you who they are, and they may listen when you tell who you are. The Jewish-Israeli participants in Roots have learned that there is such a thing as the Palestinian people, and there is such a thing as the land of Palestine, and Palestinians belong to Palestine. The Palestinian participants in Roots have learned that there is such a thing as the Jewish people, and there is such a thing in the land of Israel, and the Jews belong to the land of Israel. And here now is the most excruciatingly difficult, the most gut-wrenching, the most ostensibly traitorous thing. The borders of the historical land of Israel and the borders of historical Palestine are the exact same borders. Both peoples belong to the same piece of land, and no one is leaving, no people is going anywhere. Our message is that both Jews and Palestinians belong to the same land. We must both recognize the other side's identity and the other side's belonging to the land. We must find a way to fit two peoples into one land, and the way to do that is to first fit two truths into one heart. According to our understanding, the political conflict between the Jewish Israelis and the Palestinians is at its core a conflict over identity. In order to solve the conflict, we must overcome our hubris of exclusivity and learn to accept and recognize the other side's identity and their rootedness in the land. Through our grassroots people-to-people peace building, Roots is preparing the human hearts for a future political settlement founded on equality, freedom, human rights, dignity, and security for both peoples in that little strip of land that we both call home. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Khalid Abu Awad. I'm also one of the founders of Roots. We came from a country, we call it Palestine, they call it Israel, God call it the Holy Land. I love the name, the Holy Land. From there, we came, Muslim, Christian, and Jewish, together as a partner, as a brothers, to spread the message of peace to everyone in this world, that the peace can happen in our area. I am a son of a refugee Palestinian family. The story of my family with this conflict starts since 1948. 1948, we became a refugee family. Me and my brothers, we grown with many questions. Why we are refugee? Where's our land? Where's my father, my grandfather's house? Israel took it. It's our main enemy. They have no right here. With this, we grown. 1987, the first Intifada. We, as a Palestinian family, became part of the leadership of the Intifada against Israel. And this is caused to all of us to be arrested by Israel. 1993, the day that the peace agreement have been signed between us, the Palestinian, and the Israel state. We, Abu Awad's family, my family, we accept and we support the agreement. For us, the agreement is that we are two people who have been fighting until we sign the peace agreement. Now we should close the page of fighting. What's happened, happened. And we should open a new page that we all live together or side by side in peace in the Holy Land. This is how we understand the peace. So we decide to stop all our peace, our activities, political activities, and waiting for the peace to be achieved by our leaders until 2000. In 2000, when my first brother, Yusuf Abu Awad, 31 years old, have been killed by the Israel army, the first reaction that we said, we asked, where's the peace? This is not what we are waiting for. We are waiting to live in peace with each other. Why my brother have been killed? What's happened? What did he do? And where is the peace? The story of my brother Yusuf challenged us. Like, you have to decide now. Are you going to continue supporting the peace? Are you going back to revenge? What's your decision? It's a serious examination for our humanity. I'm happy that our decision, after a long discussion inside my family, and we are a very Palestinian serious family, we decide that the one who killed my brother, he don't know him personally. My brother Yusuf, whatever the name of this soldier, they don't know each other personally. They met with two identities, the Palestinian identity, the Israel Jewish identity. And this is what makes the argue and what caused this violence. How we can change this, how we can have peace. The final decision, we said that the peace cannot be achieved by signing a paper. The peace is a process of change inside us. Without this, we will not have peace. Since that day until now, we as a Palestinian family put all our effort, all our power in our society to allow people from both sides, Palestinian and Israel, to meet each other, not as enemy, not to argue. A meeting based in respect and dignity, listening to each other, and together as a partner, trying to find the way to go out of this circle of hatred and violence that took from us a high price from the life of our sons, from our blood, from our happiness, from our future, and our generation's future. This is roots. This is what we are believe and doing. Thank you.
Good afternoon. In 1948, the State of Israel was born. And as a result of the War of Creation of Israel, more than 700,000 Palestinians were ethnically cleansed. One of these families that were forced to leave their homes and cities were my grandparents' family. Before 48, they've lived in a city called Mashdal, located in the southern part of historical Palestine, today within the border of Israel. In 48, they were forced to leave their homes, moving to the Gaza Strip. And they lost their right for their property, they lost their right to return to their cities, and they lost their homes. They lost everything. And I was born to a family in the Gaza Strip, a refugee family that has inherited this trauma of Nakba, of what happened in 48. And being born to such a family that suffered in 48 what happened, and that are still suffering the consequences of the Israeli occupation, has been very formative of my childhood. In Gaza, I never met an Israeli, and I never met a Jew. But I've always heard about what they've done to my family in 1948, about the destruction of our city, about the confiscation of our property, And these were very real things that affected our social, economical situation in Gaza. I never met an Israeli, and I never met a Jew, but I felt the destruction, and I witnessed the death of the Israeli Air Forces bombing the Gaza Strip. Living in such a context of total separation, occupation, and suppression, one cannot think of the other as a human being. And how can one do such a thing? And one cannot see the other, even worse, as a partner for peace. How can it be when all these things are happening? I've always told myself, these are my enemies. I cannot see them but as my enemy. And it's my destiny to pick up arms and fight them until we liberate Palestine, until the last one of them would leave this country because of what happened for us in 48 and what is still happening to us today. However, it was the words of our Lord Jesus Christ that challenged me to take a step out of my comfort zone. The Gospel of Matthew says, love your enemy and pray for those who persecuted you. Taking these words seriously and taking my faith seriously has pushed me to meet Israelis for the first time in my life, and has pushed me to not only talk to them and get to know them in my own context and my own lens, but trying to see them as they are. Meeting and engaging in dialogue with Israeli Jews has not only turned me to a peace activist who seek peace between Israelis and Palestinians and who still seek the liberation of the Palestinian people, but to understand the other side as they understand themselves, not how I understand them. It also taught me the importance of not disconnecting our interfaith dialogue from temporary matters. Yes, as people of faith, we should be discussing things of God, things upon which we agree and we disagree. But moreover, we are also citizens of earthly kingdoms. And most of our conflicts emerge from these earthly kingdoms or over these earthly kingdoms. Today in the Holy Land, Christian, Muslims, and Jews are striving for better religious dialogue. We're searching for grounds of commonality and for ways to disagree peacefully and respectfully. Today in the Holy Land, religion is being used by radicals to isolate the other and to exclude the other. The Jewish supremacist ideology that leads some members of the cabinet in Israel has left no room for anyone but the Jewish people in Israel. As the Minister of Finance, Mr. Smotrich, have clearly stated in his decisive plan that Palestinians have no room in this land unless they accept the Jewish supremacy. They either will be expelled or killed, but they cannot be equal. But it even gets worse. It's not only Palestinians are targeted today within the Holy Land, but any religious minority between the rivers and the sea. Yes, the current situation should alarm us to the severe danger. However, it should also encourage us to act quickly to save religion from those extremists who have hijacked it. And that's why I support the work of Roots, where we're bringing Palestinians and Israelis to meet each other, but especially we're bringing religious people, traditionalist people, who have more tendency toward extremism. It's only through bringing them together and showing them the other side as they are and broader their understanding of each other and increasing the spirit of tolerance that this is possible. Lastly, in the grave of injustice and danger happening today in Israel and Palestine, let us keep our hope for peace and reconciliation. Let's demand that there will be end to the Israeli occupation and oppression. And let us demand that there will be democracy for everyone, Israelis and Palestinians. Thank you.
Numberless people of all regions and religions strive to live their lives in solidarity with one another and to work for the authentic fulfillment of their vocations. Nevertheless, all over the world we find endless hunger, deficiency, and need. Millions of people are without work and are exploited by poor wages. Forced to the edges of society with their possibilities for the future destroyed, in many lands the gap between the poor and the rich, between the powerful and the powerless, is immense. In the great ancient religious and ethical traditions of humankind, we find the directive, "You shall not steal," or "Deal honestly and fairly." There is no global peace if the plight of the poorest billions of humans on this planet, particularly women and children, is to be improved. The economy must be structured more justly. In the developed countries, a distinction must be made between necessary and limitless consumption, between justified and unjustified uses of natural resources, and between a profit-only and a social, beneficial, and ecologically oriented market economy. We must develop a spirit of compassion with those who suffer, with special care for the children, the aging, the poor, the disabled, the refugees, and the lonely. We must value a sense of moderation and modesty instead of the unquenchable greed for money, prestige, and consumption. We invite all people, whether religious or not, to do the same. The Parliament of the World's Religions calls all people, religious or not, to commit themselves to the values and principles of a global ethic. The Parliament also calls for people all over the world to signal their support for the global ethic by signing it. To show your support or to learn more, visit our website at www.parliamentofreligions.org/global-ethic-signatures.
Please welcome CEO of the Buddhist Tzu Chi Foundation and trustee of the Parliament of the World's Religions, Deborah Boudreau.
Wow. Thank you, everyone, to continue the support. The community plenary, it's a long process. We see every interfaith religious, you share your thoughts. We all come together. We create our own community circularly. Everyone, we share our compassion. Everyone, we share our solutions. Everyone, we share our stories of life. On behalf of Buddhist Tzu Chi Foundation and 2023 Parliament of World Religions Board of Trustees, please accept our sincere appreciation. In this dynamic environment, we feel so many peace, justice, and we feel like the freedom. We also feel like the compassion. We have our own destiny. From here, we're going to go back to our community. When you see the video clips, let me share with you. Buddhist Tzu Chi Foundation, Dharma Master Zeng Yan. She cannot be here with you all. But what can we share with you after the video clips? the economic justice. What can you take away? This is the bamboo bank I'm holding on my hands. Listen. The sounds of love. The love from our brothers, our sisters. Every one of you can become a mentor to deliver your love and care to all the vulnerable populations, all the vulnerable in the communities. At this moment, in Maui, Hawaii, so many brothers and sisters suffering their loss of their homes. They are waiting for every one of us to deliver our care and love. This kind of care and love in action rely on every interfaith, rely on every one of you. A small change can make a big difference. The other community stories I would like to share with you. Every one of us, we can become someone's mentor. We can become someone's leading light. Your compassion, your heart. A lot of time, it's just a simple care, a hug, a sitting together, listening to others' story. When every time we eat our meal, remember enough for our nutrition. Consider to save 20%. So there is a movement for economic movement to helping others, 80-20. 80% of your food nutrition, 20% of your love and care for another vulnerable. SDG 1, hunger. SDG 2, reduce the hunger. That's work together. SDG 3 for education. SDG 4 for healthy community. Economic justice, global ethic, that's all working together. And all the religious representatives, every one of you in 2023 Parliament of World Religions, that's be someone's partners, that's be someone's friend, that's be someone's mentors. No matter your sisterhood position, brotherhood position, grandfather, grandmothers, you are scholar, you are academic leaders. Like Master Zheng Yan say, community in action, community working together, compassion from every one of us, from your heart. Listen. Thank you.
Thank you for coming to the community plenary. We hope you'll come back tonight at 7 p.m. for Sacred Music Night.
A membership for the Parliament of the World's Religions is a perfect way to stay engaged and involved before, during, and after Parliament convenings. Your Parliament of the World's Religions membership is an essential way to support the Parliament's mission and efforts. Your membership supports the Parliament's efforts in a variety of ways by helping fund causes like religious and economic justice, climate action and commitments, women's dignity, fostering a global ethic, among many others. Your Parliament of the World's Religions membership also comes with many exclusive benefits. We created the member program in 2018 as a way to keep members engaged after the Parliament convenings. With exclusive virtual events, digital content, and social forums, your membership is designed to continue your interfaith-based learning while keeping you connected to fellow Parliament of the World's